Okay, we're up and running, at least according to YouTube. So, last thing we gotta do before we can actually... So before, I'm assuming there isn't all that many people here right now. Yeah, it still says, I got one viewer, so people are showing up. So I got glibc built last time. I also noticed that there is actually a patch here that I think I need. Yeah, actually it does look like I need to grab a patch. So, let me go grab that patch and see what it actually does. So let me pull this over here. So we need to build the last GCC build. Assuming it's here. So I see that one is here. It says additional patches needed. Hey, Big Chin. Yeah, so there's this specs patch, and then, of course. Can I find it by Googling it? Yeah, okay, it's here. What does this patch actually do? I really don't like how they do this. I understand why they do it this way, but basically it builds a minimal system and then it has you rebuild everything from scratch on top of that. So, yeah, it's no doubt lagging. My internet is... It's raining here in Greece, which means my internet is definitely going to suffer. Oh, wow, I am dropping 94% of frames. Let me see if I can, do something about that. Let me drop the bitrate. Well, we've just started, so we haven't really done all that much. So yeah, I don't actually think I need that patch because standard start file prefix. I'm not convinced that I actually need that patch. Alright, hopefully the stream stays up. I am recording, right? Yeah, I am dropping frames like crazy. Let me see if the reduced, yeah, it does look like it's actually, I'm dropping less frames now. Alright, so... So we need to go to GC46, and then we need to make a new build directory. So this is going to be build cross Linux. Yeah, I'm going to go about that patch and hope I don't regret it. It may require some more effort to get this going than I want, but we're just gonna kind of YOLO it. So, configure prefix opt AMD64 build i5A6 PC Interix 35 target x86-64 unknown Linux GNU with sysroot what does with local prefix do? I remember that one had to be set before, but I don't remember what it does. Like I said, I don't really like how this guide does a bunch of stuff. I understand, like, they basically just do the absolute minimum so you can cross-compile. So it takes user local out. So, all right, I'll set that to with local prefix what else do we need to set? With native system header dir is tools disable NLS. I technically don't need that because I have get text, but this will make it easier. Enable languages C, C++, enable CX exit, enable threads, plastics, disable multilib with MPC, tools with MPFR, tools with GMP, opt tools, enable checking release, enable std lib std cxx time. All right, fingers crossed. Oh, did I get that wrong? Yep, I did get that wrong. I'm actually surprised configured errored out on that. A lot of times it will just go because it ignores options it doesn't recognize. I didn't get the. I can't get tickle to build, or well, I can get to build. I can't get it to work. So it just keeps hanging in bad ways. Like it might have been able to run Deja GNU, but I also couldn't get expect to work, which due to problems with the TTY, the terminals under Interix. So we're just basically going without. And we're basically just going to YOLO it. So the first thing we're going to do is build GCC. Wow, we're already up to 63. So yeah, this is probably going to take a few hours. And hopefully, let me see what else I can do to reduce my bandwidth to try and keep the stream happy. Yeah, I'm still dropping frames, unfortunately. Not a lot I can do about that. Hopefully it will be good enough. If I have to go to standard definition of streaming, I will, but I really don't want to do it. Problem is when it rains here, it just kind of, everything kind of just goes to shit. And I wanted to take advantage of East Coast time being, you know, sun being up on the East Coast of the United States. Because it is 4 p.m. here. All right. Hey, Crazin, Oramamra. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. Yeah, this has been kind of an ongoing project. It also helps if I type the commands into the right window. All right, I'm just going to give it the 4 option. So I did get glibc to build. I nearly lost my mind doing it. It required so much patching to actually do. If we take a look here in the base directory, you can see I actually do have libc so 6. Yeah, so you can see I did actually get built. It just, that was just a slog to get there. So now we just gotta wait for gmake to yeah, fingers crossed that we actually pulled this off. Wow, already up to 65 viewers. Let's see how alright, that's nice. I don't know any Japanese aside from the word baka, just from watching Neon Genesis Evangelion. God knows that that word is used like every 3 seconds by Asuka. My Greek, I was doing some Greek study before I did the stream, so hopefully this actually goes. Come on. Source directory and the tools binaries, I can't be... It's not going to build cleanly because a lot of these I had to tweak on the fly. So the stuff I built, including the source folders, I will post at the end of the project. I may or may not make that a members or Patreon exclusive. I haven't decided yet. But someone else will have to pull the patches out and make it more clean. 6 cores are allocated to Windows XP. So, fun enough, when I was building glibc, gmake, not the compiler, gmake itself crashed. It actually said faulted out. I've never seen gmake crash in the past. So, alright, I have that horrible feeling that the stream health is just not going to be here today, because I've been getting warned. Yeah, I've got the yellow banner of doom on YouTube. Like, there are days where it does work decently, and then there are days where it doesn't. So I'm hoping it's not too terrible for people watching, but it does definitely say that I am dropping frames. Yeah, I don't think I can lower it any lower unless I want to go to 480p. So we're just going to kind of hope that my internet connection recovers, because that's about the best I can hope for. So once we build the final cross compiler, we can build the kernel. This is the last step before I can actually build the kernel. Okay, so it's good to know it's mostly fine. I assume if I was doing something that like updated the screen a lot, it would be truly miserable. Yeah, and since I'm recording it locally, it's not a big deal. I didn't finish editing the last devlog. I was very ill on Friday and Saturday. I had some real life stuff I had to take care of. So, fingers crossed that this all kind of works. I'll be back in a moment. And I am back. So hopefully we'll end up with a working cross compiler. And if we don't, I will be very sad. That being said, it did build glibc, but I wasn't able to test to see if it works, because I kind of need the full compiler. It failed because of LDD. Well, that's a little concerning, because I don't have LDD either. But we will see. I was able to solve some of the issues with the kernel host tools building, so we will find out fairly quickly. GCC takes about 1 to 2 hours to build, so we basically have some time to kill. I'm going to be building kernel 4.19. It's a new enough kernel that it shouldn't have issues running under Hyper-V. And it's old enough that I can build it with GCC 4.6, which is about as new of a GCC I can manage without an exceptionally large amount of pain and suffering. So I am really hoping this basically just works, because if it doesn't, I am going to be very upset. Like, it would suck to get this far and then die here 60 hours into this project. I'll still post a video if I can't get this to work. But I'm going to be really disappointed. Because, you know, to come this far and then die due to something outside of my control. But yeah, the fact that you can't build it under macOS is a little concerning. Are you using a full cross toolchain, or are you trying to build it with Clang? Because I could conceivably see it being a problem with Clang. That said, I might be able to build LDD as a cross tool and get it to work. Alright. Yep, it is definitely a cursed title. Like I said, if I can actually pull it off, it'll be awesome. What I had wanted to do is I wanted to do this yesterday, but I was feeling very ill on Friday, and I didn't have glibc building yet. It wasn't particularly hard. It was just really fucking slow. Like, I think it took him like 20 hours for glibc to actually finish his build. Like, it was obnoxiously long. So, we're going to find out real quick now whether or not we get a working kernel. I should also test if I have a working hello world. You know, I could actually test that right now. I don't have to wait for this build to finish, because I do have a partial cross compiler. And that should be good enough to do hello world. Alright, so op path, op tool, no, op Linux. So, wrong folder. So let's see if we actually have the cross compiler. Yeah, okay, so there's our cross compiler. So, hello.c, alright. All right, we were doing some testing with that, so let me change this. Because if this doesn't work, I may have a bigger problem. Yeah, you know what? That's the bigger problem. Include. So it is there. GCC. Ooh, yeah, that is actually the bigger problem. Although technically speaking, that should not have gone there. That actually should be in the users folder. Uh-oh. Can't find... Okay, it can't find the C runtime. Why can't it find the C runtime? Alright, well, that is actually a problem. So, where are you looking for it? libld... So it is there. I have that horrible feeling that patch I made earlier did not work the way it's supposed to. So, where are you actually looking for the damn... It looks like it's looking in lib64. Yeah, it looks like it's looking in lib64. Alright, fine. User lib64. Let's see if that actually works. No, it is not finding the C runtime. That is... Okay, that is actually a problem. Why isn't it finding it? I should have tested this first, to be perfectly honest. I'm going to let the better cross compiler build because I'm going to have to figure out why. Let me see here. Let me dump specs and take a look at what this compiler is actually doing. So it shouldn't be trying to build with multi-lab. CRT1. So yeah, the start file is where it should be. I think I need to truss it and see what exactly this is doing. Yeah, okay, this is definitely going to be a problem. Because if the C compiler is completely Kaputski, I'm not trying to be Linus, I'm just trying to do this because this is kind of like this weird idea I've had for a long time of trying to build a Linux kernel under Windows. Okay, so GCC output. So I want to run the collect command directly. So here's that. Copy. And I want to trust this. Because I want to see where it's looking for files. So CRT1 and CRTI comes from CLFS. And I might need the full GCC to build this because it is built with newlib, so it is conceivable that it's having problems. Nemad, that's because they are edited streams. When the project is done, I will release a full video publicly. I mean, it says right there they're devlogs. So The files are there. And it can't find... Oh, god damn it. I know exactly what's wrong. I know exactly what's wrong. Yeah, okay. This is because Linux from Scratch does things in a way that I actually thought was wrong, but I kind of went with it. I actually do know exactly what this problem is. The problem is it adds a prefix to the start target, and I need to look at that because I'm almost certain that is wrong. GCC static. Yeah, it would be in GCC config linux.h. And that would be standard start file prefix. And where is it looking for that? So with sysroot, that's correct. I think it's looking for /CLFS/CLFS. I really hope it's not actually doing that because... Yeah, that was free of the errors just went away, so it was in fact fucking doing that. And then it's not finding CRTN, CTRN. That's a little concerning. I really don't know why it is doing that. I'm pretty sure this is the part where you deal with spec problems with GCC, and I'm not having a good time with this. The problem is that, like I said, this is a minimal C compiler that all it had to do was build glibc, and then apparently it just didn't work. Well, it's not that it didn't work, it's... Let me look at the patch they provide. Yeah, so it moves the glib dynamic linker to the tools folder, because basically the way they do it is they build a completely isolated tools environment and then they rebootstrap the whole system. I really don't want to do that. But I'm not sure why it's looking in /CFS. Let me see here. GCC with sysroot. Let me see if if I know my options correctly. So with sysroot, I have built quite a few cross compilers in the past, but whenever I do it from scratch, I always have problems. I'm currently debating if what I want to do with this because now I think I hopefully haven't compiled myself into a corner. Let's see if I can get myself out of this. There are two possible problems here. Either the fact is oh, wait. I just think I know what the problem is. I think I know what a problem is. Yeah, no, I'm actually pretty sure I know what one problem is. Let me build glibc. What was my config line for building glibc? Yeah, that's the problem. That's the fucking problem. The problem is that I set the prefix. I basically followed their guide exactly, and their guide is wrong. With the way they build the system and just make a minimum one, it would get the job done. But the prefix should have been /user, and then I had to install it with dir, because that would have gotten the pathing correctly. I am going to have to rebuild glibc. It should be okay for now, question mark. But fudge, that is actually a mistake. All right, let me make some notes here because I'm probably going to have to deal with that. Oh, that is really fucking irritating. All right, let me get down here. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to fix that toolchain flick. Private bro, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I've just built standard config scripts, but yeah, that is a legitimate problem. I didn't realize that was an issue. So what else can't it find? Because the C runtime stuff, I'm pretty sure that might be because it couldn't find glibc. It can't find CRT1. And that would be probably determined. Yeah, is that in there? That is in there. And then CTRI. So if I just do that, I am curious if it will work. Can't find CTRN. Well, that did actually build. Yeah, 64-bit Linux binary. The interpreter is not in the place it should be, though. That's lib64 LD Linux. That might not work on a running system. Well, it is present. Let me see if I can copy this file over. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, that's a problem. All right, so I do have a Linux system up and running. I think I can just enable FTP on this VM. Pretty sure I have an FTP daemon. Yeah, I do. So I can just disable that. PSX. All right, let's see if that binary works. I do have an FTP daemon, right? Yeah, I do have an FTP daemon. I did send a HUP signal to it, so it should be talking to it. Telnet works. Telnet sort of works. Why is this? Yeah, so it did actually, here, 10, 10, 02. Right, this is old Debian. Definitely takes its sweet ass time. Remote system type is Interx. Cool. Okay, that worked. So if I go to home, no folder. I'm assuming I'm kind of locked within the Interx environment. So I gotta put the files somewhere where the FTP daemon can actually access them. Well, that works. Chat, that's a hello world binary built from Windows running on Linux. So, okay, I'll take that victory. The fact that it can't find CRT1 or that could be, that could be directly related to newlib. That could just fact that this is a minimal cross compiler. So it's not completely broken. I just need to wait for a new cross compiler to build. I'm probably going to have to rebuild GCC, which I really don't want to fucking do, but I don't think I get out of. So, yeah, the problem is that GCC has the wrong path embedded in it. And there is... Hey, I Love Scotch, thank you for the $2 super chat. The kernel itself doesn't link to the C compiler. I only need that to build the full C compiler. Basically, I need the C compiler to build the full GCC, to build the Linux kernel. But that is actually a real problem. because it was installed to the wrong path because I basically blindly followed the cross links from Scratch Guide, and that is not the right way you build a glibc. I should have caught that error. I'm actually just pissed at myself. I didn't notice that. And that's going to be a full rebuild of glibc. I don't get out of that one. So, why don't we kick off that rebuild, because that's going to run for hours. And yeah, let's go to cross tools. Although if I do let the full new GCC build, yeah, the problem is that the prefix is built into the object files. I'm pretty sure if I do like strings. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I was afraid of. It basically got baked right into the C library, and that was exactly what I didn't want to happen. I knew this was a problem. I thought it would have been a problem in the toolchain, not in the C library. I'm inclined to let the new GCC build, because then I can also build stack smash protection. It's going to cause problems with a running system. Like, that is actually going to cause problems. I can work around it in the simple cases, but more complex stuff outside of the kernel, because the kernel doesn't link to the C library, it will cause symbol and pathing issues. I have to fix this. But I think I am going to wait for glibc. Chat, I'm going to step away from keyword because I actually have to think about what I'm going to do. If I let this GCC build fully, I will end up with a stack smash library, which would let me build all the missing features in glibc that I don't currently have, which would be nice. The C compiler shouldn't care about this because it is just a cross compiler. It'll matter when we cross-compile GCC for Linux, which will be the third and final build. Yeah, I did. Well, the thing is, I did do a symlink, but it's going to cause more problems than that. Like, that is... The problem is that the dynamic linker... The dynamic linker is queried at times during build processes using LDD or other similar tools. So it will basically bake in the wrong path. Like I said, I don't care about it this second, but I am going to have to care about it. So right now, this is still building. This hang is normal. This just takes a long time. This is waiting for gmake to actually run. Yeah, once that gets up to 8 megabytes of memory usage, it will start going again. So I'm going to step away from keyboard while I ponder this problem. Okay, I'm back. We have orange juice. Jude. It's partially there. I made some mistakes that I'm going to have. All right, you know what I'll do is I will actually kick off the build now. I want to check something. How does Debian build its C library? What prefix does it use? Because that's actually what I want this to be. Or, you know what? I can actually check the links from Scratch folder. Yeah, that kind of pissed me off, though. I might have to also rebuild GCC after this, but at least it will be less painful, theoretically. So when it builds glibc for the final system, what does it set the prefix as? It puts the prefix in /user, and then it puts the lib directory in user lib. Which I do think is also what Debian does. Let me look at the Debian system and see what it does. It's a good thing I have spent far too much time staring at this, because I remember the very first time I ever tried to do a Linux from scratch system cross-compiled, it was for ARM, and I don't... right. Oh, that's right. Debian does multi-lib, so it's not even in here. It's in a different folder. Yeah, it goes into lib x86_64 because that's how they build it. Now, the Linux kernel, the glibc actually has this really weird feature. You can actually run it as a binary. I'm assuming... Oh, I don't think it has its configure line in it, though. No, it doesn't. It just tells you what it was built with. Right. So... I think it has to be built with user and in a different path. So let's... We'll kick off this build and we'll let it just basically run in the background. It will fail until glibc. I need the config log because I'm going to have to edit this command line. Which one's the log file? No, that's the .h. I want the log file. Okay, so we grab this, open new terminal. So the prefix wants to be /user lib exec dir user lib glibc. Libdir is user lib. And we want to get rid of config cache because we will build with... So is there anything else here I actually care about with bin utilities, with headers? Yeah, no, I think that's fine. What folder am I in? Yeah, I'm in the less broken folder. That's literally going to run for hours, though. That's fine. We can paralyze our world. Nope, that's still going. Gotta love how slow gmake is. Yeah, it's about to continue going again. Oh no, it's going to complain about... No, I think I actually have to wait for the new compiler to be done. So flip. Alright. Screw it. We'll just wait for it. There's not a lot I can do right now, so... advanced fun twiddling, go. Yeah, this is Hyper-V. We're running under Hyper-V. Well, autoconf, it's not autoconf, this is make that we're waiting on, because it takes forever for it to iterate through all the files. Right now, it's building, I want to wait until the C++ compiler is done. And I'm really hoping it builds. Because if we run into a build failure here, I might completely lose my mind. Kaken, it's because I'm running Windows. My host system is Windows. No, this is plain Hyper-V with the guest editions for Windows XP is from Windows 7. So basically, when Hyper-V was available under Windows 7, it supported XP. So I installed XP under Windows 11 Hyper-V and then used the guest editions from Windows 7, which mostly works. Like, it's not been as broken as I thought it would be. Hey, Matt Tremel, thank you for becoming Seeker supporter. It really does make a huge difference to the everything. I might load up RuneScape. I'm just kind of thinking loudly right now because this is... I'm happy I caught this now, because what could have happened is I could have built the entire base system like this and not have caught the failure until later. Yeah, well, there was a reason it took me 4 hours to get Windows XP installed. I've been kind of debating if I want to set up an Active Directory cluster and use NIS, because I've never had an excuse to play with NIS support in Active Directory. I don't think it's... It might be in Server 2008. I know it's in Server 2003. And the idea of having single sign-on for the Linux from scratch system really sounds neat. Hyper-V... Yeah, Hyper-V was in Windows 7. I want to say it was in Server 2008 R1, but I'm not completely sure about that. Let me... actually, you know what? I've got another window. Let me take a look and see what it is. When was Hyper-V added? Yes, a beta version was shipped in Server 2008 R1. And then there was a service upgrade that added it to R2. Oh, and then it was added to Windows 8. Okay, so it wasn't in Windows 7. It was in Windows 8, but the server editions had it since 2008. Okay, so that answers that. Well, there used to be virtual XP mode, which was essentially Hyper-V. I want to say that was on Windows 7, but I don't remember ever using virtual XP mode, so I don't remember offhand. It may have also been based on virtual PC, because Microsoft bought Comdex or ConnectX. I forgot who used to make Virtual Box. Because I had the commercial version of it for macOS, and then Microsoft bought it, released a version for Windows, and then it got killed off pretty early into the Apple transition to x86, because Boot Camp essentially replaced it. Yeah, it's really just Gmake that is the dog shit slow part of this. So, I'm actually going to open the window. It has finally stopped raining. It's been raining for the last 3 days here. Ah, fresh air. You know, I can turn off the space heater as well. Like, the problem with being in the mountains is that when the sun goes away, it gets very cold very fast here. Yeah. Yeah, I never... So apparently, the other thing that I've learned is that services for Unix on Windows 7 is actually really freaking broken, according to like multiple people that have tried it and reported back to me, either on Discord. Like, apparently it's C compiler. Apparently they were still shipping GCC 3.3 for some god-awful reason, which at that point would have been over a decade old. And they also apparently had a version of 4.2. So I still have a newer compiler than what Microsoft actually shipped. But I've gotten reports that possibly due to Windows security changes, a lot of it's just broken. There was a lot of Windows. The problem wasn't with 7 per se. The problem is that Vista drastically increased when XP shipped. It was the first version that really took permission seriously. Like, it was taken seriously on 2000 and NT4, but those versions weren't consumer versions. So a lot of 9X software did not work on XP out of the box. When Vista shipped, it tightened up the security model even further. That's where unprivileged administration control, or UAC, came from. And Hexdrone, thank you for the $25 super chat. It really does make a huge difference. So that is awesome. Yeah, you know, when I was back in Portland for all of the 3 months that lasted, I really didn't expect to be in Portland for that little amount of time. I really both missed the rain, but I also wondered what the hell happened, because I lived in Portland, Oregon for, well, not Portland itself, but close to Portland, for about 5 years. And it used to be that we got tons and tons of rain. And, you know, climate change be like that. Kaden, I hope I'm saying that right. The main reason I run Windows on my desktop is because I was having constant issues with DaVinci Resolve on Linux. This combined with issues with the NVIDIA drivers and then the absolute mess that was GTK4. It was basically a lot of little things added up, but I got so sick of trying to keep my system just working after every flipping point release of Ubuntu. And it wasn't just Ubuntu. Like, I did try Debian for a time, but it was also having problems with the GTK4 transition. I couldn't use Wayland because Wayland and my video card and DaVinci Resolve. I could use Wayland with my video card and would work, but Resolve would break. Or I could use X11 and then have everything else fucking break. It was this constant mess of breakage that had been kind of the theme of me doing video editing on Linux for a long time. And then it just reached a critical point. I said, you know what? Screw it. It is not worth the amount of tinkering I'm putting in. I had a Windows 11 license that I was using in VM, so I transferred it over to the desktop, and that was that. The problem is that ATI cards were worse. ATI cards were great for Steam. It was great for everything else. But trying to do accelerated rendering pipelines broke, and officially Resolve doesn't support AMD cards on Linux. They are supported under Windows. So it was kind of this perfect storm that if I wanted my GPU to work, I would need an AMD card, but I couldn't run Resolve. And honestly, I tried OpenShot. I used to use Kdenlive. The features in Resolve make my life so much easier that I consider it probably the best purchase I've made for this channel. So I just sucked it up and I went back to Windows. Yeah, that was kind of basically, yeah, briefly, that was basically it. Now, when this system gets closer to its end of life, because it was a mid-range system I bought with the COVID stimulus money, basically, when the COVID check came in, that COVID check became this system absolution. It was a little bit more than $1,200, but it was close. And I've upgraded a few pieces piecemeal, but the main board, like, it's getting to the point that I could justify upgrading it. And what I could do is I would probably switch this system back to Linux and run it headless as a VM server. That's car car Kargarok Free A6. Wow, sorry, my brain is not having. I actually completely agree. I feel like Gnome has been flying off to planet space. Not that I think KDE is much better in this regard. Like, we had KDE 3, which I considered good. KDE 4 shipped, and for the next 10 releases, it was barely usable due to problems with Qt 4. They got that fixed, then Qt 5 dropped, so we got KDE 5 back, and we go back to the same fucking bullshit. That, and I find that to make KDE usable for me, I have to spend like 30 minutes going through the NASA Space Shuttle, that is systems settings on KDE, to change some of the mappings around so it's closer to GNOME and Windows. So it was... It sucked. It legitimately sucked. I have kind of considered making a video talking about how we've like lost control of our systems because, you know, on Windows and especially in Mac OS, like customization has basically gone the way of the dodo. Like, you know, every Windows system basically looks the same except for wallpaper. And it's not like, you know, you can install something like Start 8 or whatever it is to get like the classic start menu back, but it's like all the same now. And yeah, on Linux we still have the choice of UI environments and shells, but the other problem is that basically all the day-to-day applications we run are all fucking web apps. Yeah, I did get GCC to build. We're currently building the Final Cross compiler, which has all the feature flags turned on. That's what's currently grinding away in the background right now. I did get glibc to build, but I didn't so much fat finger it as I took cross links from scratch as Word, and I realized the way they do it is kind of stupid. I understand why they do it that way. I just strongly disagree with it. Yeah, Sadie, I've had that same experience. Wayland is a fucking disaster. Yeah, meow, yeah, it's been definitely being a adventure with us. So, yeah, that's kind of where we sit on this one. Like I said, this is building nice and fast, and I finally got stid in to the point that it's mostly happy. We are getting some warnings here and there, but I legitimately do not care. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that I can't use an AMD card with DaVinci Resolve. And my experiences with using the AMD card under Resolve is that OpenCL is... You can basically get accelerated graphics to work just fine under Linux these days. It just works. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about that. But if you actually want to do OpenCL or accelerated rendering, you have to still use the proprietary drivers, the Rock M ones. I had problems with those, and then I had additional problems on top of it where Resolve would just break in new and interesting and fascinating ways. Yeah. Yeah, Electron feels like... Electron is just an outgrowth of what web programming is in the modern day. Like, that isn't an Electron problem. That is what web programming is like these days. Zem, AMD cards work fine under Windows. It's specifically a problem under Linux, and Blackmagic Design does not support AMD under Linux. They specifically say that. When you're under Windows, it all uses DirectX, and it all works fine. But this is why we were talking about why I got off Windows. Or got off Linux, I should say. I've used tiling window managers before. I've used Xmonad for quite a while back in the day, and I'm like, eh. That, and I also just... I have no desire to use Hyperland, and having seen what its upstream is like, I have no desire to support that project either. Yeah, but free feel, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting to, is like, realistically, how much of our workflow these days are either Electron apps, web apps in a browser, Like, how many native apps are you actually using? Like, the only ones that I'm really using here is VLC, Streamlabs to stream to YouTube, and DaVinci Resolve. I wouldn't even try and run it under Wine, I'll be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't even try that. I can't imagine it would work or work well, even if it did. But, yeah, Seabass Apologist, that's exactly kind of my experience. I found tiling window managers worked great on netbooks with like 11-inch screens. It made them much more usable because you got that much more screen real estate. But you spend a lot of time basically mapping out your desktops, making the keys map to things. And then you have a system that no one else can use, which may or may not be a good thing. All right, so we're almost at the end of GCC compilation. So then I believe it does libgcc and all the other things. Yeah, I mean, part of what it feels like is what made Linux on the desktop viable wasn't applications coming available for Linux. It's because web applications became that much more popular to the point that they displaced everything else. Let me put it like this. I have some problems with the way Oracle maintains the GRE and their licensing, but I don't have a problem with Java itself, and my case of this is actually Minecraft, because Minecraft Java Edition runs fucking leagues better than Bedrock. Now, maybe that's just shitty coding, but I mean, you know, Minecraft is not that complicated a game. If Microsoft had competent, I don't know if I should say Microsoft for Mojang, but the fact that Bedrock is a fucking mess that is also, you know, microtransaction hell just makes me, like, I bought my copy of Minecraft. I think I bought it with 1.3 or 1.4, so it was probably right after Pocket Edition came out. But now you have this giant push that, oh, Bedrock is the version of Minecraft. We're just supporting Java Edition for reasons. Yeah, I just get the sensation that Microsoft, like, let me put it like this. Microsoft has released multiple April Fool's updates that have been much more interesting than anything that has gone into the vanilla game for a while. Like, the Potato Dimension was actually cool. Craftmine, which I haven't had a chance to play yet, also looks awesome. But what are we getting in vanilla? Like, we now have the Happy Ghast, which, okay, sure, now we have a flying mob and flying mounts. But I don't know. It's like, I feel so underwhelmed, it's not even funny. See, I'm just catching up with chat. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's exactly what it is. Minecraft just feels like a product of corporate committeeism. Like, you know, like the largest channel on YouTube these days is a single company that basically publishes nursery rhymes and other ages like 1 through 5 entertainment, and it's all from this single corporation. There is something really creepy about that to me. Now, I say this as a generation that themselves grew up on TV because it was cheap childcare, although I did use the computer more than I watched the TV back in the day. I've been playing Bedrock a fair bit as of late. My sister, who's very young, is she's in the United States. I'm in Greece, so on the weekends, I load up Bedrock Edition in Parallels desktop, or well, now just on this desktop, and I play on a realm with her. Yeah, but Harno, when was the last time an actual update for Minecraft was even interesting? Like, we get a bunch of what feels like very half-baked mechanics, and it doesn't seem like it... I mean, that's really what it feels like. It just feels half-baked. I mean, how many patches did it take for us to get the full Cliffs and Caves update, complete with bundles? And a lot of fundamental issues is like now there are so many items in the base game that inventory management, which was never good in Minecraft, is a lot worse than what it used to be. Okay, I actually enjoyed a Minecraft movie, but I'm not going to say it was a good movie. But I did actually find it kind of funny. So that's the problem, is that, and that the problem is that there's no JIT for Itanium for Linux. It's not in OpenJDK, because basically Oracle's stance on it, I think they've caved and finally added an ARM64 JIT to OpenJDK, but for a long time, the open source releases of OpenJDK were not accelerated. They all were interpreted for the Zero interpreter. So if you weren't running on x86 or Spark, it was the speed of an effing glacier. Okay, so it's finished with that directory. And then, yeah, so memory usage is going up. I mean, it really feels like that. The honest impression I get from playing Bedrock is that they're basically targeting younger kids, and then they throw microtransactions in their face to get their parents to buy them Minecraft coins. Meanwhile, the Java community, those who grew up with it, generally still play Java edition instead of Bedrock, and so forth and so on. So it's what was I? My brain just went. We're building an old version of the kernel before there was Rust code, so this is not a problem. I could conceivably build Clang under this, although I've actually never tried to build a Clang cross compiler. Yeah, I mean, look, the price that Microsoft offered, I can completely understand why, but like, you know, you have pay to not just pay to win, pay to play server Bedrock partner servers. There was actually a Mr. Epic video that came up in my feed, and I just kind of clicked it because watching how much money gets extracted out of kids is interesting. Like, now let's be honest, a lot of people that use as a justification for griefing are just doing that so they have some sort of, quote, moral superiority, but yeah, that was literally what I was referring to, Mineville. It just blew my mind. I worked very briefly for MC Pro Hosting, and the two things I learned from that job is, my god, do people spend a lot of money on Minecraft. Like, I'm pretty sure it puts RuneScape to shame on how much money people spend on Minecraft. And second, there's a lot of 14-year-olds with botnets. Those were the two big things that I learned from working that job. Oh, that's cool. I don't really use X anymore or Twitter, so I didn't see the notification. So hopefully we get there. Unless I'm missing something about... Like, I'm not sure why chat is laughing unless it's something I said. It was DDoSes. Apparently, look, if you play, it basically people, you know, a bunch of, it was something, it was an obscene amount of traffic would be hit as DDoSes for Minecraft. Like, it's not unusual for that, but when you work for a hosting provider, It was a lot. I've bought DLCs in the past. Like, I have a couple I have most of the DLC for Stellaris, although I've kind of stopped playing Paradox games. I think I have a full set of Europa Universalis for DLC. I made a choice not to pick up Victoria free just because A, the game didn't feel like it was finished from what I saw of the videos, and B, I didn't need another Paradox game leeching on my wallet. No, this was about 10 years ago at this point. I only was at that job for about 6 months. I'm pretty sure during the log4j vulnerability, which still occasionally pops up because people sometimes load old mod packs and forget to update it. I've never played Hearts of Iron. When I was growing up, my father used to play a lot of World War II games. So, kind of due to that, it's a period of time that has complex memories if I play a game that is World War II. Plus, frankly, the war always feels like it's on unscripted. I know Hearts of Iron avoids that problem, but I just have no desire in playing in that time period. Well, right now we're just waiting for GCC to build because this is the, quote, final cross compiler. That or it hung, which I think it actually did. Damn it. All right, Control C. That's why I don't like building this with the paralyzed flag, because it does sometimes hang. And now we gotta just wait for it to keep going. Yeah, this is the problem. This is not as bad as building. This is not as bad as building glibc, because building glibc was just exercise in pain and suffering. I mean, let's be honest. There's always going to be stupid bugs unless we get to the point that AI coding can actually replace humans. Which, frankly, give it 10 years and I might actually see that. But then we're going to get to the point that no human can understand how a computer works, and we're just filled with mystical black boxes. The desktop machine is an AMD Ryzen 3800X. The problem is that Gmake is just obnoxiously slow running under services for Linux. We've looked at the benchmark results. It should not be this slow, so I don't know if it's a Hyper-V problem or if it's services for Unix, but Gmake being slow on Windows is a time-honored and painful tradition. My high school dean, I took some CS classes in college. Not that I really wanted to study CS or IT. Some of them were in Java and some of them were C. Well, the process creation under services for Unix is a real fork system call. The problem is very slow disk I/O, because this is in Cygwin. So, oh, I didn't mean to hit keys on keyboard. All right, so that's building libcpp. So it's just basically building all plugins. It's going to once again stall out when it gets to make. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's there already. At least it already finished that, so it should basically just keep going from there. I just wish that the paralyze option didn't keep fucking freezing my system. Like, that just upsets and frustrates me. Now, hopefully this all just kind of works. Like, once we get to the far end of this, we will be able to build the kernel. Because if we can end this stream with actually building the kernel, I am going to call that a win. Because then all I gotta do is I gotta just fix glibc and then build the basic userland out. Yeah, it's currently iterating for the GCC folder. Because we've built, this is like the 6th time we've had to build GCC under Interix. And it took a lot longer when I was dealing with patching and stuff. Let me see what's going on in Discord right now. Not much going on in Discord right now. Oh, we're up to 134 viewers. I was really shocked on my Thursday night stream how high the view count actually got. I'm not familiar with the NT sync patch, so I can't comment on that. I mean, let's be honest. It's more like the tail end of millennials don't even remember floppy disks, because remember, computers were not really all that universal in the United States until the early 2000s. Like, I had them as a kid, but I know I was the exception, not the norm. I like Ada as a programming language. I really do. Whenever I play with Rust, I feel like Ada, I just want to play with Ada instead, except for the fact that Rust actually has an ecosystem. But I also am partial to Pascal syntax over C. Waiting for Gmake to do its thing. My first PC, I had a bunch of hand-me-downs. I know on Christmas I got a Packard Bell. I'm assuming it was a Legend, but I don't know exactly what it was. I had a hand-down 386 because my father worked in medical research, so he used to get like new computers from his work every year, and his work would never ask for them back, so he just let me use them as is. No, Sadie, I don't actually know. I know there's some gateways that you can do that. Like, I don't know how far the Eternal News archives go, but you probably could just pull out like a real newsreader. I also know there's like a website that basically streams Usenet in real time from like the 80s forward. I don't know how far it actually is. My elementary school had a lot of Apple IIs, and so I have a real soft spot for the Apple II, but I've never owned one. And honestly, I don't find the 8-bit era of computing all that interesting, to be honest. Like, it's hard to even think of a good project to do on 8-bit machines, especially ones that would do well on YouTube. How far is this going? I love that the way we check progress is we look at the memory. Okay, so it's at 4.8 megabytes. So, joy. One of the ideas I've been having for a stream, I don't know if and when I'm actually going to do this, is I kind of want to just browse a ton of BBSs and kind of just get the impression of what that's like, especially in this stage. Hey, Soulcatcher, you haven't missed much, aside from the fact that I learned that I build glibc incorrectly. It should be good enough for what we're doing today, but I am going to have to fix it. I remember finding a book that talked about Apple II programming, and I remember writing a bunch of simple BASIC apps, but I'm pretty sure everything I know of BASIC has leaked out of my brain. Oh, a Specky user. Yeah, Speckies were a real UK thing. They did make it over the pond in the form of the Timex Sinclair, but they had almost no community in the US. Realtek, I'm not sure I would agree with that. I mean, you can do quite a bit of useful things under Windows 3.1, and that's 16-bit. The same for, Unix on a PDP-11. Same thing. What 32-bit did was it simplified the programming model if you had to deal with more than 64 kilobytes of data at a given time. Yeah, I mean, Fritz, that's kind of why I want to make the video. Once I get my amateur radio license back, because I'm currently in a battle, I'm currently in a very long email chain with the Greek radio telecommunication ministry, trying to do this, because when I filed my application to convert my U.S. license into a Greek one, the application number the system gave back was 19. Which implies that only 18 people have ever done this before, since the system was digitized 10 years ago. Which means that on average, the Greek Radio Telecommunication Administration does this piece of paper once every 2 years. So I'm not surprised that this is proving to be a painful process. And they probably are used to Greek citizens applying for it, that a Greek citizen that comes from the United States with a radio license. I'm not that, so I'm pretty sure the reason they kicked back the application was because they didn't know what my landing permission looked like, and I'm still waiting for the final permission. Yeah, I remember that with Cyrex. It kind of sucks. And I don't even remember what the actual performance problem was, but yeah, Quake essentially killed Cyrex off because even though it was one application, it caused the reputation of Cyrex processors being slow, when realistically they were about par with both AMD and Intel on most workflows. It just happens that Quake was not that. Well, VIA bought Cyrex when they went bust because of Quake, so it was kind of a 1-2 punch there. Sadie, I moved to Greece, so, and if you want to pick reasons, there's a whole lot of them, but this is basically where the road forward led for me. And I'll be honest, while I am very happy not to be in the United States, I believe Cyrex did have the first out-of-order x86 implementation, although I'm not completely sure about that. I never owned anything with a Cyrex processor. I had a bunch of Macs throughout my teenage years, and then I switched to x86 when I started using Linux full-time, and I basically stayed on x86 right throughout, up until the point that I bought an M2 MacBook Pro for video editing on the go. Yes, I do have the EVO. I do have the keyboard. It's actually right here in plastic wrap, just because I haven't unpacked it right now. Yeah. God, I hate how long this step takes, and I'm really worried that Make is going to hang again. Yeah, LGR did a documentary on Cyrex. I'm almost certain he did, because it sounds like something familiar. Yeah, I hope he can get his channel back to where it was. Him losing a lot of his collection with the hurricane sucks. And I can relate, because I had to make the move to Greece be practical, I had to offload basically everything. The only thing that got tossed are things that were beyond repair. I found it took me about 6 months to find new homes for everything, but I did find new homes for everything. And honestly, not having a bunch of vintage computers in my life has been kind of refreshing, to be honest. Things I have to care about. Yeah, the gmake command is running. It's just, this is it takes a very long time to iterate through all the files, so we're just waiting for it to go. If you look, that's why I have Task Manager up. If the memory usage, when it gets to 8.7, it will suddenly jump up to 10 megabytes, and then it will start going again. No, I did bring my desktop. I did bring the desktop with me to Greece. It took the slow boat here, so it took a few months to catch up with me. But this is the same system I had in Jersey City. You could probably do it with an Arduino by wiring up all the GPIO lines to the address lines. The catch is that older circuits ran at 5 volts while the Arduino runs at 3.3, so you might... you may or may not be able to do it. I've never actually tried doing that firsthand, but there's a lot of people on YouTube that have done it. Yeah. Like I said, I brought the desktop. I did ship my desktop. I also shipped my NAS, but that was, aside from the fact that, but that was like the only tech stuff that I actually brought. I brought my amateur radio gear with me to Greece. It was in my hand luggage because my radio was tiny. And I was able to operate briefly once I upgraded my license to amateur extra. But that was only, I could only operate on a US license for 90 days. So until I can get my Greek license, get a Greek license, I'm off air. All right, so we should see this start to go basically now. Or maybe not. Usually it gets up to like 8.7 megabytes and then it just sort of takes off. But this is kind of why I've been running Make without the parallelization feature, because every time... yeah, there it goes. Yep, and there goes GCC. All right, I'm going to go stand, stretch my legs. I'll be back. Screen cut out. There it goes. Alright, so ran that configure script. And now it's building. The fuck? I did install the headers. Where are they? I do have bits. Okay, so it's... I did do headers install. I wouldn't have been able to build glibc without that. So what happened? Why is my Linux folder not there? I know I did this step. Oh, I know where they are. I know where they are. It ended up here. Not there. It would be Linux AMD 64 include. Yeah, that's where they ended up. They... I'm trying to think if I can just safely move these or not. I think I just need to run the headers install script. Fortunately, we fixed all the problems with this before, so... I like that I say that. That needed host extra C flags. I remember having this problem. I'm just trying to remember how I fixed this problem. Was it tools include tools? Yeah. For some reason, it wasn't loading this directory properly. There we go. Host CC. It is surreal seeing the kernel build system running on Windows. And we're just going to ignore the fact that it has that many errors. Okay, yep, now it's just doing install generic. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me because the internet connection has been absolutely crap today. Quality Greek internet. Yes, that is definitely the way to describe this. And the problem is we're going to have to sit through that very long gmake again. So you know what? Let me look in the back scroll. What? Oh, it probably scrolled off the screen already. Yeah, I wanted to see where we were in the build system to make it kind of go. Yeah, well, right now the stream tells me I have a green light, which tells me YouTube is getting enough data, which is nice. Like I said, the edited videos, once I have the project done, the edited video will go out probably a week from when I actually have this done. And hopefully this is installing in a sane and proper place. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's nice. Soulcatcher, I appreciate that comment. Like I said, patience is a virtue of some. Patience is a virtue of this project. Problem is, I'm probably gonna have to rebuild the CLF folder from scratch, but once I fix glibc, which isn't terrible, but it is kind of annoying. Yeah, I guess I could have probably copied those header files over. I'm a little surprised that it didn't see them, but you just kind of have to appreciate the slow the slow performance of lots of little files on Windows. Honestly, Sadie, I don't think such a thing exists. Like, Ninja basically is a way just to run build commands quickly, but it lacks a lot of the features that make nice if you're handwriting make files, which I used to do all the time. Often, AutoTools was basically nuclear overkill as compared to a basic make file. Yeah, but I don't think... Ninja, I think, lets you use spaces, but... the Interix file I/O goes through the NT kernel directory. It's a subsystem, so it doesn't run through the Win32 stuff. There we go. Okay, you know what? It helps if I type on the right screen. Thing is, I'm not sure where it was when it busted. Assuming... Like, if I can just confirm that this build step will work, it will be nice. Yeah, this was the build step it died on. So let's just run through this build step and see if it is happy. All right, let me write some more notes down. Yeah, like I never found using make all that hard, but I like it has a lot of handy features, but it's also very 80s programming, so I'm not surprised. The main reason Ninja got prevalence is quite literally the reason we're seeing. But yeah, it does look like libgcc is actually building. Hopefully it links, because this is being built with the stack protector enabled. Which kernel? The one that is to be built? The XPVM has 4 gigabytes. Well, building on Windows XP, you either are using Visual C++, or you're, and if you're using GCC, it's no different than doing it on Mac OS or Linux. Same with services for Unix, aside from the fact that I chose something really kind of insane to do. Like, there are a little bit regrets that this project was quite a bit bigger than I thought it was going to be, but that seems to be a running theme with my projects. So I am hoping that this basically all goes as planned. Also, you know, I have some lamb in the fridge, so maybe I will go get some lamb to eat after this step goes, because I'm hungry. I woke up early, I ate some leftovers from last night, and then I guess I didn't eat enough leftovers. Yeah, so it is building libgcc just fine right now. Building Quake, I thought Quake was built with Visual C++ on Windows. Like, it does, I don't think, that honestly does sound like how it was built. I've only looked at Quake's source code a couple of handfuls of time. Yeah, you could also cross-compile it from Linux, and building Windows software of MingW from Windows is a lot easier than what I'm trying to do. Myself from time to time, and no, not really. This is just lamb that was baked in the oven. It was a package from Little. I don't even know if it was pre-spiced, although, so, yeah. Tasty, though. Lamb is my favorite, like, meat to eat. Like, chicken's good, pork's good, but lamb, lamb. Dawsquake being Wacom sounds about right. So yeah, it does look like it's now happy that all the header files are actually there. What a miracle. Sadly, the lamp is no more. The lamp has found new life elsewhere. We shall have a moment of silence for the lamp. This has been such a massive project. Like, it's been so much more than I thought it would be. It's a gamey taste. But the thing is, I also like venison, elk, bison, like the animals that most people don't eat, but you can find if you go in. I'm trying to remember if I ever had reindeer or caribou. It wasn't legal to sell it in Alaska, but you could get it from hunters. But I don't remember ever buying it from a hunter, so I don't think I've ever had it. Well, I don't know. A lot of things in British cooking don't seem like they go together. But how much? I'm assuming this is basically going flat out. It's not going flat out, but it is definitely going fast. And some good music to go with it. It's going to feel good to actually get... Like, if I can get the Linux kernel built today, it is going to be such a fucking victory. Like, I still have to go to the top level folder and actually run the build. I'm just making sure it's happy now that it has all its headers. Uh-oh. Fudge. What happened? Duplicate unsigned character 27. So in pointer, in pointer. And then that looks like that causes a problem here. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Let me just run this once so I can see exactly what it's failing on. Yeah, it does seem like it's something in glibc it's unhappy about. I'm gonna have to look and see what it's doing, because that would be T-System. Yeah, That's a bit of a bizarre failure. I'm waiting for gmake to actually like catch up and run. So dash T system 806, two declarations. Well, see, that's just saying where it's included from, but it doesn't say where. Two or more data type. The fuck? I shouldn't have to edit these headers. Unless this version of glibc has a problem, but it shouldn't. And make is being make again. Duplicate unsigned. Two or more errors. Two or more data types in declaration of specifiers. Usually that only happens if it's. Yeah, I gotta see where the first instance of this error is coming from, which I'm assuming is up here. And then it's including from T system. I don't know if this is a generated file or something that comes out of the box. Yeah, it might be doing. It might be CRT stuff doing something weird. I gotta figure out exactly where it is blowing its fuse out. Except that time it just built libgcc. Running ranlib. Okay, so this is where it should explode. Two or more data types. So it's definitely something about CRT stuff it doesn't like. And then that includes T system. And T system comes from where? If these system headers do not exist, fix includes must include them. Data types. See, it doesn't tell me where the other fucking data type is defined. Or it's complaining because it's conflicting with itself, which is entirely possible, but does not seem right. If word size is 64, if not defined, int pointer t defined, define int pointer t define, long int, type define. So yeah, it is a 64-bit word size. I'm assuming you're building 64-bit code. You should be. Well, this is variations on a theme. Okay, hold on. So it does define it in both these files. So bits types. And then, oh no, oh fuck, this actually does look like a bug. Where is sword type? Sword type is int long int, and that means int pointer becomes that. So that becomes long int and int. Long int. But you're complaining about the unsigned. Duplicate unsigned. So it only gets defined there. So I go to I'm really confused on why I'm dealing with this in glibc. So you get a define here for int pointer to int pointer. If not defined, so it is defined. And then you are two or more data types in specifier. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, so it goes right there. You know, it's quite possible that it's got a problem with the way the header files are being referenced. And then it also dies here. So file included from T-System CRT stuff 105, duplicate unsigned. And then So that just includes link. Oh, wait. Hold on, I just saw something. In file included... Is that a problem also up here? Because I think it's referencing two different copies of student. Because, hold on, I just realized something here. So it includes next student.h. And that references that. It's just like a nonsensical error message. Word count is 64. We're building this with a 64-bit compiler. I mean, that is correct. It's a 64-bit word size because we're building for 64-bit. No inline, no stack protector. Like, this should be a regular Linux compiler. Like, it should not be doing anything super weird. But it is including additional header files that... So yeah, basically from what it's including in T-System makes it look like it's unhappy. Oh, I bet this is the problem. I think this is a variation on a theme. Because, yeah, let me... Yeah, I have this horrible sensation that this is a variation on a theme. I really don't want to wait for this really fucking long make command to do its thing. What I wouldn't give for real copy and paste. Like, I could get it if I was using putty and then I could, like, not have to deal with this crap. Fine. We'll just let that run. No, we're building the final GCC and then shit broke. Shit broke real well. I have some theories as to why shit has broken. Yeah, I have that feeling that is exactly what the problem is. Considering that we do actually have a proper std int. Problem is I don't know where it's going, so if it's pulling std int GCC, that will maybe make problem go away, possibly. I don't know. Sadly, I've never been to Brazil. Yeah, you're right. I probably do actually want to do that, so I can also copy and paste the build command. I'm going to go grab a quick snack while that grinds, because that's going to take a few minutes. Wow, that's still going. We had some eclairs in the fridge, and those were really tasty. Those were really tasty. Alright. Oh, good. It literally, the moment I sat down in my chair, it started doing things again. Hopefully the build failure is different this time. Nope. Nope. That would be too fucking easy. So let me see if I can just copy and paste this command, because then I can fiddle around much more freely. Well, that's interesting. Did that... Oh, I probably have to copy and paste it one line at a time, or get rid of that. so taking that into account, so include stdint h. I'm assuming that's not going to change anything. It doesn't, so... I just want to right now figure out what exactly it's doing. Well, okay, that actually did change things. So that directive is actually getting called, and then it blows up here, but that's... Wait, is there an... So there's no... What is in stivdef? So it did make a limits header file. And then up here, it's complaining. So let's look at the T-System header file again, because at this point, T-System 103. If these system headers do not exist, fix includes must make them. So let's say about stdint, which is higher up here. Or nope, that's not included. Two or more data types and declaration specifiers. You know, I'm just going to Google this one and see if I can find... just on the offhand chance. So I know the CRT stuff calls 61 file included, and then it just fucking goes kaputski. So if not defined in pointer, and then it dies, but in pointer is not actually defined. That will be fucking cursed if that works. That actually got rid of one of the failures. It sort of got rid of one of the failures. So now it's complaining elsewhere. But it's not complaining with the same failure that it did before, which tells me that it's... I need to save temps. I need to see what the .i file looks like. So you get that defined there. And that comes from where? That comes from bytes and type sizes. So you get it defined here. And that's the only place you get that defined. Hold on. Let me run that for, let me run the preprocessor file. Because this will actually change what the error messages look like. Yeah, that's not actually going to work. I mean, this is the output preprocessed file. Why is this not... Hold on. I think there's got to be a flag so I can get errors. The errors in the preprocessed file only. GC saved. Does Chad have any hints for me? Yeah, I can put that back up. But this is the only place in pointer T puts crap. Like, this is the only instance of it in the file. And it tells me it's including this from CLF user include bytes type. I'm not getting anywhere quickly with this. Can I put a dash E on this and get something different? I know the problem is in pointer because when I just build this normally, that's where it dies in the headers. Now, granted, I have now fiddled with T-System a little bit, but it dies with this definition in... Yeah, it dies right here. Int long in pointer. Which doesn't tell me a damn thing, because it doesn't tell me how it's... And it's also complaining on 122. Yeah, I know. The error doesn't tell me where the bad declaration is either. It's fucking stupid. It's why... But one thing I noticed looking at the preprocessor output is that apparently it's getting it from bytes types. Yeah, it comes out here. Duplicate info, standard type. What is std type set to? Std type is type def. Yeah, so that expands out to what it comes out to be. This shouldn't be a built-in in the compiler. Like, it really should be built in the compiler. But, like, I look for stdint in this file. Yeah, so here it actually gets the includes. So hold on, let's go for these real quick. Type define long int. Okay, you know, that's garbage. So here's our garbage right here. It's somehow ending up with type define long int and type define unsigned long int unsigned int. How the hell is it coming up with that? Like, the fuck? How the hell is it? How's it hell is it evaluating to that? Like, is what? Int pointer defined somewhere to int? I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, and we get nothing there. So where else could that potentially be? I can think of a few places that might be coming up. Oh, config log. actually an autohost.h. Yeah. For some reason, the configure script isn't seeing... Shit, I know what the problem is. We had a problem with the Linux header files beforehand, which fucked the configure script. No, I see the chain of events. Autohost is what the configure script does to basically it determines what the host system does and doesn't have. The problem is that the Linux kernel headers were not properly installed before. I installed them halfway through the build, but the configure script did not see them. Where is this autohost file? Yeah, it's there. And autohost gets built in by T-System. GCC T-System. Yeah, okay, this is coming together. Because I modified this file to add... Yeah, I modified that file like that. But autohost does get included here. Or it looks like it should get included. I did see something about autohost in one of these files. Yeah, okay, at least now I think I understand the problem. I think I just have to restart the build process from the top. Oh, that kind of pisses me off. Yeah. Which means if the thing is, yeah, see, like it says, it doesn't have, if the system has type in pointer, it's not there. Okay. Alright, we gotta restart the build from the top. Or at least this segment of the build. At least we figured the problem out. I'm going to keep this directory around for reference. Chat, like I said, at least we figured it out. But we're going to lose about an hour of build time. And I'm going to have to check to make sure that the thing is not completely fucking foobarred. I am willing to do a 10-hour stream tonight. Maybe by saying that, it won't actually be 10 hours long. This is what happens when you deal with deep voodoo. It just gets... I mean, in this particular case, this is just GCC. Like, it would have been a lot easier to figure out what was wrong if GCC didn't have completely obnoxious error messages. But there were multiple things wrong here. Make J4. Now we just wait. I'm going to go stretch my legs while that runs its configure script. It doesn't inline, but it will still use built-ins, as we've discovered the other day. If you don't want to do any inline, you also need -F no built-ins. Sorry, I'm just kind of pacing around because this has actually managed to piss me off, which doesn't happen easily, but... I just said, hold on, wait. I just saw it say in pointer T no. You know, but that's for Liberty, so that's for the host platform, so whatever. It's only GCC I actually care about, and it's only when it builds the auto host file. Yeah, that's Liberty that was configuring. Well, you know Liberty will build. It's only when it builds XGCC I actually care. Yeah, I mean, the one C++ feature I'd love to have seen is, I think it was hashtag import. It never actually got implemented in any real thing, but it would have let you put the template in the C file instead of or the CPP file instead of the header. And, like, that would have been amazing. I'm slightly losing my mind with this because this is proving to be a much more obnoxious build process than I would have liked, but whatever. No, that doesn't surprise me though, pointing device, because Clang aims to be GCC compatible. It's supposed to be a drop-in replacement. And it generally is from what I've seen, not that I've used Clang all that much. I'm going to have to write in my notes about this because I'm going to have to try... Oh, that was me accidentally closing my notes. Okay, notes ran. I have no idea what it's configuring right now. Yeah, it looks like it's configuring GCC. Yeah, that definitely looks like a GCC configure. I'll know in a moment. I'm just very slowly losing my mind over this. I am worried that the search prefix, I don't know if that's right or wrong. Yeah, I have this legitimate fear. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to Control Z this. What is it currently building? I'm actually going to back out of change. Where is this file? I'm actually going to back out a change that this told me to make that I don't think should be here. Yeah. I didn't actually know about include bin. That sounds actually quite useful. I'm sitting here just kind of trying to be in my happy place. And also thinking about like the 6 other ways this build could fail. Like, as long as I can get GCC to fucking build, I can, if I don't get it done today, it won't be, the next stream won't be for a few more days. And I also have a bunch of shit I have to do this week, so I'm not sure how much time I will have for streaming. Tomorrow, tomorrow I have to do my Greek lessons, and then I have to get the last video out for the last devlog.
Sorry, I'm screw it. I have to actually pay attention to the build, so I can't just like load RuneScape. Oh, I guess I can. I can put it in the side window. What the hell am I even going to do in game? I think I'm just going to see if you know what? I think I'm just going to do Slayer. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm just going to stick it in the corner. And because I want to get the stats I need for Barrows, so fuck it. I'll put RuneScape in the corner and watch the chat. Yeah, I do play video games. I don't play RuneScape that much, but I need something. I can't just keep watching this because honestly I get pretty bored, and I have to keep an eye on the build progress as well. So let's see here. Let me load into RuneScape, and then I'll put it in the corner of the window. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do Slayer. Because Slayer bores me. When I do Slayer normally, I do it in Wilderness, but if I'm going to do this on a stream, I'm going to get stream sniped and I'll get PK'd. So let's not do that. I'll teleport to Camelot. And I just need to set my inventory. So before I put it on screen... Because if I can actually get to Barrows, I can actually get Barrows gear, and that would be, like, really nice. And Barrows is old content. Okay, bank pin unlocked. So now I can now put RuneScape in the corner. Yeah, I can put that in the corner. And that's just going to chill there. And I only want this visible on stream. I don't want that in the recording. Okay, so I'm going to do this on the side while I'm also watching. Right, so I need to actually get some, like, equipment out. I don't have, like, all that good stuff. Actually, you know, I think I'm just going to go with Monk's stuff. And then, Combat Bracer. And Ring of Fortune. I probably have it equipped. And then I just need an Amulet of... Yeah, I'll take an Amulet of Glory. It's probably as good as it's going to get. And we'll throw the graceful stuff in the bank. Grab a bunch of food. What do I have for food in my bank? I have basically garbage. And I don't even have a good fishing level to get, like, good food. So I'll just grab a bunch of lobsters. And I'll also grab a prayer pot. Alright. So that now means I want to go... Where's the closest ferry ring from here? Isn't it up here? Yeah, it's CJR. I don't even know if you can do a text mode only NT. Like, I know that Microsoft demoed, like, MiniWin at one point, but there was no way to actually get it. And I will also turn off the RuneScape music. Yep, there's the fairy ring. So now I want to just travel to Sheldar. I hope I don't have a Slayer task. Oh, you know, I also just realized... Okay, so people are actually watching my stream and are also in game. I do need to actually... I really need to get a Dragon Scimitar. it just means I have to do Monkey Madness, and it's like, I can't be asked right now. Where's my rune? There we go, rune scimitar. That can go back in. I don't think I have a weapon. Yeah, I have the Drayman staff, so let's get a task, figure out what I have to do. Because I do think I need 90 Slayer for Song of the Elves, and I'm at 43. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Song of the Elves requires 90 Slayer. Song of the Elves. No, it doesn't actually require 90 Slayer. It needs 90 Hunter, but I need higher base stats anyway, so... I can kill 2 birds, 1 stone. Alright, let's get over to Sheldor, get a task. And hopefully it won't be like a terribly awful task, because I would really like base 70s combat. So I think I'm just going to grind defense levels. Like, at some point I want to get my first fire cape on this account. I've never gotten a fire cape at all. Like I said, I played a little bit as a kid, but not all that much. Need another assignment. Okay, blue dragons. Oh, that's gonna be kind of miserable. I can do that in Taverley. Yeah, that's gonna suck. I can't Sace Bomb. I can pray melee, though. I need a Dragonfire Shield if I'm gonna do these. And hopefully I don't get roasted. What's the fastest way to get to Taverley? Thinking teleport... I think there's a, let's see, I want Gilnor's surface. I want to say there's a fairy ring close to Taverley Dungeon. There's a hot air balloon. I don't have a myth grapple for that shortcut, so yeah, it looks like going to Falador and running up is the fastest way. Falador teleport requires... I think I need water runes for that one. I am probably going to die doing this. So your Dragonfire Shield. Please tell me I have one. Yeah, I do. I don't think I've used this shield since Dragon Slayer. Alright. Falador teleport. Macintosh Programmer's Workshop is interesting. Okay, that just made auto host, so I do actually want to look at that. So Control Z. Why did it define that again? Hold on, why did configure.log not see that? Because that should have actually seen it that time. In pointer H undeclared. We have... std_lib, std_int, int types, ustd_h. No, we do have this type. Why is it saying that we don't? std_int_h. So it has std_int_h. Why did this configure check not work? It made an assembler warning, so if int pointer
T size. But that is checking with the native compiler. All right. I'm going to wait. Hold on. So it checks with the native compiler if stdhost is there, and then it gets the nonsensical define, because we were looking at this earlier. Yeah, because it does pull in auto host. All right, you know what? Control C that. If it's going to do that, we might as well continue the build that was already doing, because obviously that is not right. Oh, that's not right. Oh, and I just got booted from the server. Alright, let's see if that makes the problem go away, and I will continue heading towards Taverley Dungeon. That unfortunately just relocked my bank, which is a little annoying, but whatever. Taverley Dungeon, yeah, it's to the south. I think I have a high enough level to just go for the pipe squeeze. I really hope I don't have to run the long way around. I am watching the build as I do this. I am multitasking. Yeah, there's the blue dragon. So I think I need to pray melee. And then I need to get in combat with them. And hopefully my level's high enough. Yeah, because I kind of want to prayer flick these. Actually, how bad is it if I don't have pray melee on? Yeah, it's doable. I can just leave. I can just always go back to an altar. It's not a big deal. All right, cool. Now we can start our Slayer task.
And hopefully, yeah, we should get. I should be able to get quite a few defense levels doing this. All right, that one's dead. And our first drop is baby dragon bones. Oh, actually, those are worth quite a bit for prayer, so I'm going to want to hold on to those. Okay. Probably going to need less food than what I actually brought. And we're still waiting for Gmake to run this step because it is very flipping slow. Yeah, I probably should actually... Yeah, I'm going to have to pray melee here if I don't want to die. That's fine. I have the prayer pot. And I can make more prayer pots fairly easily, although I think I'll have to buy them on the GE. Not actually sure if I... Oh, yeah, no, I am taking dragon fire damage. That's why I have the shield, so... Okay, that works. This is going to be like This is going to take me a long time to finish this task. But it will be worth it. Wish I could get my prayer bonus higher. If I got a holy symbol, it would be better. But I should be actually be able to do this with less food than what I have. Aside from the fact that I'm going to have to teleport. Yeah, I'm going to go through a bunch of runes for teleporting. Oh well. Not a big deal. Does seem to be building just fine, though, although I forgot to set the J flag. But yeah, I don't think there's an altar in Falador. I know there's one in, Camelot. Yeah, we're going to try and do a 64-bit kernel. I'm hoping to be optimistic. Okay. Do we get anything? Oh, we got quite a few of that drop. I will take those drops. I can always use more prayer experience. And I think I've got the crafting level to make blue d'hide. Pretty sure I do, actually. See, normally I prayer flick, but I don't want to pay that much attention to the games, so... I guess I can do it. Oh, that one must just be a baby dragon. That explains it. Yeah, because if you prayer flick, you can really slow down the rate of prayer usage. Yeah, so, okay, that one's a baby blue dragon. I want to be killing the big ones for the better drops. And here's our first defense level of the stream. Yep, 55 defense. Oh, and I got a combat level. Nice. And that's me having to drink a prayer pot already. Yeah, I'm going to have to bank really frequently with this task unless I prayer flick. Yeah, I'm going to have to prayer flick this if I want this to go reasonably fast. But I can watch the build and do that at the same time. And hopefully not die. Okay. Yeah, so basically, if you prayer flick on the same turn you get attacked on, it doesn't use up the prayer point. The timing is hard to get, though. And then, yeah, I'm going to take a bunch of damage doing this. Oh, well. Like I said, this is actually a good task because I can really use those, use the bones. But I think I only successfully killed, like, 3 of them. So, rip. Ooh, yeah, I'm about to die. Please, please, please don't die. Eat the lobsters, eat the lobsters, eat the lobsters. Yeah, see, that one dropped a Renair weed, which is a free dose prayer pot by itself, which is nice. It's not super great. I can also turn on ultimate strength. Hold on, what? How do I have these? Ooh. Yeah, I want to configure my quick prayers off on. And then I can do this. Yeah, the Dragonfire I'm still taking damage on. So, definitely deep multitasking here. And I'm going to have to go recharge my prayer after this. Oh well. Yeah, I'm going to have to, like, go... I probably have to go fish up a bunch of lobster if I'm going to finish this task. Oh, well, like I said, it's something to do, and hopefully I don't die horribly while doing it. But at least a death in non-wilderness is, like, a nothing burger. I'm wondering if there's a... Actually, you know, I'm thinking I could safe spot these, and I could also use the range levels. And actually, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Alright. I don't think there's an altar in Falador. Let me look. Is there an altar here? Achievement Cape. So, bank... No, there's no altar here. So, I think the easiest thing to do is Camelot Teleport. Yeah, I don't think this is a task to do melee on. I think range is the way to go. Alright. Unfortunately, my best ranged weapon right now is a Dorgishan crossbow. Oh wow, 4chan is back. Alright, well, at least this is building. So, deposit, deposit, deposit. Didn't actually want to deposit the... Let's see here. So, there's got to be a better way to get the Taverley, like... No, there's a hot air balloon there. I don't think I... But that, I'd have to go through Untrana, which... I really don't want to do. Yeah, I think Falador is the only way to do this. Let me black out. Let me turn off this just so I can unlock my bank. Let me see if I can find a safe spot. Because I do have an animite here, and then... I do have mithril bolts, but I don't have an accumulator because I haven't done the quest for one. So instead of doing a sword, and then we'll take 10 lobsters. I'll keep the Drayman staff on me, although I don't think I actually... Yeah, actually, I'll put the Drayman staff away. And then turn that back on. And now we have something to actually do. Like, I have something to do while I watch this build. Alright. Oh, no, no. I meant to recover my crap before I did that. Actually... Do I have a Ring of Dueling? Because that would actually be better than teleporting here. Please tell me I have some Rings of Dueling. Do I have some emerald? Okay, I do have some emerald rings. I'll grab some gold bars. And I just need a ring mold. Where's the closest furnace? I think there's one here, isn't there? You gotta love, like, doing this multitasking with the stream. How are we doing on viewership? Oh, wow, my viewership has gone down. Alright. Apparently, playing RuneScape on stream, even if it's in the corner to kill time, makes people just nope out the stream. Good to know. The way things work on YouTube just confuses me at times. Considering I'm talking, you know, I am watching the build. Screw it. Like, there's not much I can do right now. Like, it's either just sitting here or... I mean, I guess people just want to watch one thing and one thing only, and God help you if you want to do something else. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I really should have built this with a J factor, and maybe I will go back and do that. All right, you know, if RuneScape is going to make that many people disappear out of my chat, I should probably just not turn it off. If I'm going to do something, I'll do Solitaire. I don't know. I mean, literally, it's just been watching libgcc build, and it looks like it just finished. It's doing the AR steps, so... Yeah, there's ranlib. So I think now it builds the shared library. Or not yet. I mean, that's fair. I can leave it off for now. Apparently... I don't know. The way YouTube... Michael Bay compiler failures. Yeah, if the compiler goes slower than 88 miles an hour, it will explode my computer. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna rerun this with Gmake with more cores, just because I need to see if this actually flipping builds. Yeah, screw it. I'm just going to deal with the loss of viewership. I'm just not going to talk about it. I'll leave it up on screen now. I mean, right now, I need to know if libgcc is going to build. If libgcc is going to build, great. If not, oh well. Yeah, I guess, you know, a lot of people do tell me they just listen to me in the background, so I guess that makes sense. So be it. I can split the difference on this one. I mean, the biggest thing is that with dealing with these type of slow builds, it's finding ways to not, like, go mad while you're doing it. So there's that. But I mean, like, what am I supposed to talk about right now? It's literally just on this screen doing what it's going to do. All right. So, screw it. I'll deal with the lower viewership. All right, so it is now building libgcc again. So if this builds successfully, then we did find the root cause here. I don't really know what my next plan is because at this point, I feel like every time I make a plan, it goes out the flying window. So I feel like having a plan is like not a good move. Realistically, once we get this GCC build done, it will be time to build the Linux kernel. So there's that. Yeah, I guess the viewership is starting to go back up, so there's that. So the thing is that I know the glibc build is borked. And because the glibc build is borked, I'm going to have to rebuild GDB or glibc. Which is annoying, but is not end of the world bad. The kernel itself doesn't link to the C library. It has some host utilities, but those will build on Interix. They won't build against the glibc I just built. So rebuilding that is going to be the next bit of stuff I have to do. Once we finish that, it becomes a matter of building out the rest of the userland. And then hoping I can find a safe spot here. I think... Yeah, you know what? That is a safe spot. I grab, I lure. As long as I don't get dragged. Alright. Screw it. This is fine. So now building libgcc 2. It is taking a lot longer to do this build step than it was doing before, which tells me that it is building with all the additional features. Which is probably a good thing. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the way this entire project's gone, that no plan has survived contact with the enemy. So, you just kind of gotta roll with it. Oh, cool. And now I have a safe spot, so now I can basically just not care and just watch RuneScape every few minutes. This is the height of AFKing in this game, so there's that. Good, I found a way that I can now talk about tech and grind in RuneScape at the same time. So yeah, the biggest problem here is that the build system is just not completely cleanly separated. Like, we've already seen that failure mode happen. And so it's still... Is it means to just building the same file over and over again? It keeps feeling like it's building libgcc. Oh, I see. It's building libgcc, and then it looks like it's including another C file. Yeah, it's building all the assembly functions right now. So there's that. All right, so that's CRT stuff. This is where it failed out before. The fact that it rebuilt everything tells me that the header files did change. Doomcraft does sound... what, is that like a version of Doom in Minecraft? Yeah, okay, it looks like that actually did build, because I saw it build CRT stuff and not fail, so we are definitely going the right way now. I think now I think it's going to build for a bit longer, then we have to go back to the top level directory and then kick off the build again. So, yay progress? Oh shit. Okay, what failed? Can't find crti.0, no such file directory. Alright, I gotta look at this one more seriously. Let me just grab my items and then I'm gonna log out. Alright. Why is that complaining? CLFS. You should have a linker search path. The fact that it's not seeing it there is actually really concerning. Target task. Turn off whole archive, mismatch versions. Yeah, none of that looks relevant. There is a linker search path, but I don't know if it's built into the compiler or if it's built into the C library. This was the same problem we were having before. I think I gotta look at the bin utilities file and figure out what's going on here. Bin utilities, LD search path. Okay, so the search path should be printed with verbose. Okay, well that dumped a whole lot of stuff. Let's So where is it actually searching? Yeah, it's not even searching anywhere remotely close to where it should be. This implies there's a problem with my linker now. I'm currently looking on the other monitor to figure out what's going on here. Yeah, it will resume where it goes off. So that's not a problem. Why is the search path looking here, though? You do have a sysroot set. Let me look at their example of cross bin utilities and just see if I missed something obvious here. What did I build bin utilities with? I didn't set a lib path. Oh, god damn it. Are you telling me I'm actually going to have to rebuild bin utilities? It's not listed there in the configure script, but I'm pretty sure this exists. Or not. Because it's like, it's listed here in the installation of cross bin utilities, blah, 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 blah. I did set a sysroot. Oh, yeah. That sounds right. If I go to LD, because it's a top level configure path script, because fucking auto tools. Yeah. Okay, that means I do actually need to rebuild it. I probably only need to rebuild LD itself. Yeah, I probably only need to actually rebuild LD itself, but this is a better safe than sorry situation, so let me grab the bin utilities line. And then we have, we're really chipping away at this. I'm kind of annoyed and frustrated. Okay, now we gotta let that build. Well, at least I fixed the CRT stuff. Well, going from Linux to Windows is actually really trivial. So, and I didn't actually close out RuneScape while it was on screen, so I will continue my Slayer journey while watching this, because now that I found a safe spot, this will be quite a bit easier than what it was. Alright. And that is not actually a safe spot. That, however, is. Assuming I can now... I'm literally just watching the build. The problem is I am completely out of commentary right now. You know what? That works. Alright. So it's going to do the make file, it's going to build, and then hope for the best. I really hate how long make takes on this. I'm hoping that it's not going to rebuild the whole thing from scratch. Not that that's going to take that long, but like it really feels like we're going backwards on this. I really thought this was only taking me an hour to get through this, and yeah, this is making a fool out of me. Come on, make the make file and start the build. I'm actually thinking Gmake is run. Yeah, Gmake's running. It's just, again, being very slow. There it goes. Now it's doing the configuring step. And hopefully it will just be fine. Like, I'm just... I feel like I'm just breathing major copium on this build, because every time I've tried to do something with it, it just has not worked. But if it's just a libpath problem, we already know that the toolchain can actually build hello world binaries. I thought that was a GCC problem. No, that's actually a libtools problem. Like, shame on me for thinking that this would actually be... Yeah, shame on me for thinking that this would be, like, you know, easy. The problem is that Windows itself is I/O bound. Like, if I built this under Cygwin, it would also be really slow. That's been my experience of building basically any complex software under Windows, is that it just proves to be an exercise in excruciatingly slow builds. So, like, I'm not even sure what I could do to make it better at this point, aside from just putting up with it. It is at least building in parallel, which does help. I probably only need to rebuild Gmake, but... What else can you do? Yeah, I am literally watching the build messages, because now that I've got my character in a spot where it can just snipe the dragons, I don't have to really pay that much attention. So hopefully once the bin path is solved, and I'm really hoping that's going to be a quick and easy solve. Yeah, because it does look like it's not rebuilding the whole thing, which seems good, although I'm a little surprised that it isn't. Like, I might only need to rebuild LD, but I don't want to risk having some other broken thing just because I'm trying to save a little bit of time on a stream. Yeah, I mean, I could do more, and maybe I will. Like, this is going to be the first real video this year, Debian 1 notwithstanding, but I was really unhappy with how that came together, and I've had no desire to go back and do part 2. I keep telling myself I'm going to do it, but I feel like I'm just lying to myself when I do that. Precompiled headers might help. Then again, they might not. Like I said, the biggest delay here has been waiting for make to do its thing. Because it spends more time on make than it does on anything else. Okay, so it's now building, I think it's, a BFD is what it's building right now. Yeah, I probably could get away with just building LD, but like I said, I just don't want to leave it, like, half built and then run into problems later, because that would basically be the way things would go. I already can see how that would play out, and it would suck. So it's already done with the info folder. So yeah, it does look like it's not recompiling the whole thing, because this is a build I've already done. And sometimes configure is not as stupid as you'd think it would be. Sometimes it is. A lot of the time it is, but sometimes it isn't. I'm assuming now it's just doing gmake recursive. So that's good. Hopefully it hasn't gotten stuck again. GCC's gone a lot better in the last decade as compared to what it used to be. It used to be really, really terrible. It has gone quite a bit better since then. So now it's building lib opcodes. I'm sorry, I literally have no commentary here. That's kind of why I'm playing RuneScape on the other screen. Alright, well, at least that's finished. Or, no, not finished yet. It's now doing gas. GCC has a lot of money thrown at it because it is kind of the default compiler. Clang has been making headway over the last few years, but it's still not there yet. Or I should say it's not there yet. It hasn't successfully displaced GCC, is the more accurate way to put it. Alright, now we're in the doc folder. I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. Oh, okay. That I know what that build failure is. That's an easy enough build failure to fix. This one has happened before, so, and it's a busted configure script. Yeah, easy enough. No, that at least that build failure was expected. I just forgot I didn't put a permanent patch in for it because it's a configure script that thinks that we have wcar. I just didn't expect to have to rebuild glibc. It's been so long since I've done any sort of real deep cross compiling, so like meh. I'm currently on the 125 worlds. I'm currently, but I'm doing Slayer, so I'm in a members only area. Like I said, I just need to do something because just staring at this build, it's how I'm kind of keeping my sanity while doing this. And it's enjoyable talking with chat while we're doing it. Even though we have very little to talk about, because, like I said, we're kind of retreading water, because it turns out when I try and do this for real, it blows up. I should probably change the title of the stream, because I feel like we're not going to get to the kernel tonight. Like, it just really feels that way to me right now. Well, it is leaving directory bin utilities. I'm really hoping Make didn't get stuck again, because this has been a recurring theme of this project, is Make just breaking in new and interesting ways. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that I managed to build all the cross-compiler bits, and as it turns out, now that I've got all the cross-compiler bits built, now not quite gotten all the kinks out. Logamus, because it's something that I've wanted to do for a long time. I always have been amused by the idea of building a Linux system from scratch on Windows. And I knew there was going to be pain and suffering, perhaps more pain and suffering than I actually expected, but so it goes. Plus, you know, let's be honest, my streams get thousands of views, so at least it's not people suffering in parallel. Or, sorry, people suffering... It's not me suffering alone. Oh, good, that actually finished. Now I can go to the top level folder. And hit gmake. Right, at some point this build will keep going. Honestly, alright, gmake 6, gmake install, and hopefully it doesn't get stuck again, and then we can go back to, assuming this actually fixes it, which there's no guarantee of. Well, the Unix subsystem is a lot more complete than the POSIX one. Like, if the POSIX subsystem could run a configure script, I might have tried doing something to this extent. But it can't even get that far. Even for coders, this is still a little extreme. I mean, like I said, this is why I have old school RuneScape up in the corner. And I'm just doing Slayer tasks, because I don't really have to think about it all that much. I do have to pay a little bit of attention to it, but not so much that I, like, need to actually care. Like, literally, I start killing Dragon. Dragon dies 2 to 3 minutes later. I run out, grab loot, and then go back. And then, for the rest of it, I can just basically talk with chat, and as things keep going. Alright, so it's still now building... Yep, okay, so gmake finally got going. And plus, I can also see what it's going to finish faster. My Slayer task or this build. If I die in old school RuneScape, my items go to Death's Domain, and I just have to reclaim them. Unless I'm in the wilderness or in a PvP world, there's no real penalty for it. And I'm not carrying any valuable equipment. Well, I mean, this is what generations of Linux distribution makers have had to go through, because it's even on Linux. This is not exactly a fun process. I'm just hoping it's going to make a good YouTube video when all is said and done. Like, I'm really hoping this is going to be a good YouTube video when all is said and done. That being said, we are 4 hours in and we have gone almost nowhere aside from minor debugging issues. See, and I'm a little worried that this isn't going to solve the issue. Like, I really feel like we're going nowhere fast. That being said, I'm kind of mentally prepared for a 10-hour stream if that's what it actually takes. Like, I'm really hoping it doesn't take that, but I am mentally prepared for it. Opcodes. I just wish gmake did not take forever and a day to actually get something done. Like, this is the worst part, is it's literally just due to crappy and slow I/O that keeps it being obnoxiously slow. And it just really frustrates me, to say the least. I think AIX was longer because of the amount of video editing it required. This might be the longest me sitting on my ass here actually doing it. If we can get the Linux kernel actually built, which at this point I think I'm putting 50-50 odds on, the rest of this should be relatively easy and straightforward. Because aside from in the fact that we are cross-compiling, it's not terribly different than a regular build session. I don't know. I think it's like within individual files, it's fine. It's when I think it does a lot of access and security checks that are just not very fast with a lot of little tiny files. I think the thing is that most business cases do not deal with a lot of little tiny files. They deal with like large databases. So no one's paying Microsoft to make it better. Like, there have been tell-all posts from former Microsoft engineers, like, there's no incentive within Microsoft to make the product better because they're not paid to make the product better. They're just paid to sell more copies of it. So unless someone's, like, complaining about the performance of SQL Server and such, it doesn't seem to make a priority for them. And that does explain a lot of why, like, it always feels like Windows doesn't get better, because if it doesn't make money for Microsoft, what's the point? And in some ways, they've kind of given up trying to compete with Linux, because now we have subsystem for Linux. It is frustrating, to say the least. Like, I don't even know what else to say about it, aside from the fact that it feels like, you know, I think modern Windows is a little better, but not by much. Alright, so now it's building LD. I was hoping for a higher view count today. That's why I wanted to do this on the weekend, unless it's like a special weekend in the US. Like, I don't think it's... Like, it's not Super Bowl Sunday. I'm not competing with the NFL. Hey, excellent chef. Congratulations on now being fully Linux-fied. So hopefully now we'll just basically breeze through to the install step. I hate the fact that I'm hungry. Like, I'm not eating a lot, but I'm eating a lot of small snacks, and that's, like, probably not good. Okay, yeah, now it's building LD. So, hopefully when LD builds, everything's good. No, it's not, and I'm really hoping the resulting video will kind of do it for itself. Like, I really want to feel like if I'm going to start making content again, I want to start with a bang, and... oh yeah, that looks like it's done because it's going back, it's leaving directory build, so that's a good sign. Ooh, and goodies. So now it's going to do the install script. Bad use of your free time. Well, I mean, what else can I do? This YouTube channel started as a pandemic project, and until my Greek gets better, and I admittedly have some reservations wondering if it's actually going to get better, like, how do I put this? I get paid for this. You know, I get ad revenue, I get super chats. It's not a lot of money, but it's more than enough to actually live off here in Greece, for one. The YouTube videos themselves, the resulting YouTube videos should hopefully bring in probably $1,000. And at the end of the day, this is work. Enjoy may not be the right time, but sitting here with chat is nice, even though it really is just me talking to an empty room. Like, I have appreciated the absurdity of what streaming actually is, because I'm on this side of the camera. Like, if you look at someone like any big name streamer that goes all hype and excited, you have to remember that they are in an empty room by themselves most of the time. And thank you for subscribing, Suck Less Guy. Yeah, I'm not really all that happy with Windows. If I didn't need Resolve to work, I'd probably still be using Linux, although it'd be begrudgingly. Yeah, or at least it's doing the install step now, so we'll be able to go back to glibc in a moment. Although what I will be able to do is I will be able to test if we can build Hello World, which will be nice. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Grant Powell. I mean, let's be honest. The human existed. We are social creatures. We crave connection with others, but a lot of time you are alone, and I think a lot of people just can't stand that. I mean, it does explain a lot. And then we also have that society in the current day and age is very isolating. I mean, public spaces have basically vanished. Also, like I said, I got a pair of speakers that are, let's call them wonderful Chinesium. They crackle at random, which means they're picking up interference from somewhere, but I can't figure out where it's getting interference from, so I'm just going to clip them off. Because I've got my headphones here that listens to the stream audio just to make sure it's good. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Spartex Gregor Gen, and Professor X. Thank you for the subscription. I didn't mind Windows 7. I hated Vista, though, which I don't think was exactly an unpopular point of view. Alright, cool. So this is now doing all that. I mean, even the BSDs use GNU GCC. I know there's been some effort to get them going with Clang. I don't know where they are on that. So yeah, now it's doing all the install scripts. So once it's done with this, we can see if things are still completely busted. I thought they were. I know that OpenBSD is still using GCC. I wasn't aware that they had fully switched over using Clang, but that doesn't surprise me. There is a lot of resentment towards GPL software because what happens is a lot of code from the BSDs end up in Linux. It's improved, and then they can't use it back because the new code is licensed GPL v2. Now, like, this feels like if you wanted to have, there is a reason that the GPL has become less and less popular year over year. Like, and that's not me just being facetious. It is actually, like, noted that it is becoming less popular. Okay, this is probably going to be my last trip before I have to go bank. But, hey, killed about 20 dragons. Or 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so I can kill about 10 dragons before I have to go empty my inventory, which isn't bad. I mean, Vista, the thing is that with all Microsoft operating systems, it really took until Service Pack 1 to be usable. With XP, there was a lot of hate for XP until Service Pack 2. So, you know, that's kind of how it goes. Well, I mean, yeah, that makes complete sense. I do definitely want to do something with Apple AUX. I think the next thing I'm going to do is going to be something excruciatingly painful with Windows Millennium Edition. Like, I have that project complete in my brain, and I've already started work on it before I moved out here to Greece. Whether or not it actually happens remains to be seen, but we will see. Well, it just finished installing LD. I don't know how many more components it has to install before it's done. Oh, the moment I say that, it's done. So let's see if the cross compiler is any happier. So if I fixed it, this will just work. Hey, okay. That means we actually did fix it. Oh, okay. That's a good and happy feeling right now. All right. Like, that is actually feeling like, that is actually a good and happy feeling. Like, it's almost like I know what I'm doing. But I do feel like the title of this video is going to be, I spent 3 weeks, question mark. Alright. So let's see if glibc actually builds, and then we'll kick off the top level build. Well, once I'm only going to use the default config to test it. I could always do a more high level one afterwards, although I don't know if there's any point in doing that. Alright, so that's going. I have now completed banking, so now I can go back to Towerley Dungeon. Like, I know a lot of people basically play RuneScape on the side while doing stuff like this, so I feel like I'm following in those footsteps. Alright, so now that we've got that build sorted, hopefully this just builds. We can then go back to the top level make file, and it will all be good and happy and joy sauce. I'm being really, and then once we do that, we can build the Linux kernel. I really didn't expect it to take, this will probably finish, assuming nothing else breaks, which is me being very, very optimistic right now. It's probably going to be another hour, maybe 2, before we can start building stuff. I really hate how long these these make steps take. Like, it's just the sitting here that is the absolute worst part of the project. No, I don't have end curses built. I probably will have to do that. Although, as long as... God fucking damn it. Oh, well, helps if I do the right version of LD. What the hell gives? I I don't know what to think about this. Like, this should just... If I can't get the... Is it possible I built it with the wrong option? libpath CFL... Okay. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. Yeah, I know what happened. Because it wasn't a fucking clean build, this is only set in the make file, so it didn't rebuild the object files it needed to. I really fucking hate auto tools. Yeah, so instead of this being set in like a .h file, it's literally set as a build variable in the make file, which is why it... Yeah! That one actually upsets me. Like, that legitimately upsets me. Because... No, I'm just going to rebuild LD. I wasn't going to do this before, but fuck it. That really pisses me off. See, and this is the problem I have with auto tools and a lot of build crap, is that, you know, they want to make it so people build their own packages from source. Like, that is one of the biggest things with maintainers I used to deal with, is that they want basically people to just get the latest version, blah, 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 and then they expect you to build it from source, and then half the time when you build it from flipping source, you run into horseshit like this. I'm just a little salty right now. Like, I am legitimately just a little salty over this one. Oh, you know why Hello World built is because it was in the same directory. I copied the CRT files to that one to test it earlier. Okay, well, that's me being a big stupid head, because I should have known that problem. Well, you can build a native bash for Windows, so it's not like it's end of the world bad. It's just
annoying. And like that really is what this boils down to. It really is just annoying. The problem is I can't just modify the linker script. It's baked into the LD. Fortunately, I'm just going to build LD itself. I'm not going to rebuild all bin tools because I think at this point it will just be fine. If it's really just putting it in the make file, then it is only going to care about this. Because see, it's regenerating the run script for each one, so it's not like I can just modify one script to be modifying a bunch of scripts. And I do think the scripts are built into LD directly. I've got 6 cores configured for the VM. There are some technical reasons why stacked linking is frowned upon, largely dealing with security reasons and disk space reasons, but Rust and Go have kind of made the counter argument that shit just fucking works when you stack link and you shouldn't deal with it. You should just deal with it, or not deal with it, just do it and stop caring. Unfortunately, for better or worse, disk space and bandwidth are cheap, and security, who fucking cares about that in this day and age? If you want to try it on Vista, be my guest. I've heard services for Unix on Vista is actually really fucking broken, but I haven't tested that myself. Like, I apologize that I am really salty over this, but like, it's not what I'm trying to do is well supported or even sane. But every time I deal with GNU fucking GNU shit, it also manages to piss me off in new ways. Like, as a user, I don't care. When I'm doing something like developing or not, it just really sometimes gets under my skin. Yeah, but the problem is I can't pass the T option to every single thing I need to do unless I set LD flags. That's just going to cause problems with cross-building everything else I need to do, because it's not just one thing. Actually, yeah, so this is actually running make install. Before we do that, LD version... Okay, look, there. It's now in the fucking search path. So now that will hopefully make problem go away, and if not, I get to be even more salty. Ranging level is 59, and at the rate we're going, I'm probably an hour to my next level up. Because I'm just using a bone crossbow, so it's not going to be fast. So just gotta wait for make install to finish. It's old school RuneScape in the corner. This is how I remember it as a kid, so it has some nostalgia factor. I didn't play it very much as a kid. But when I discovered is if I talk about RuneScape, my viewership suddenly goes off a goddamn cliff. So I'm just basically putting it up there so we have something to watch, so we know the stream isn't frozen, and it honestly just gives me something to do, because I'm caught up with my script writing. I still have to do a little bit more video editing, and there's nothing for me else to do at the moment. So, it's like I can at least level up my character and start doing Barrows runs in the near future. Because I do want to get my base stats in-game higher for Barrows.
aside from my defense level, I'm mid 60s. I'm basically 60 flat. Here, I'll actually put those up. So I definitely wouldn't mind getting those higher Slayer and higher Hunter would also be lovely. Hey, look, that is actually fucking done. All right. So if I get rid of all the CRT files here and we try this again, do you actually find it? No, of course not. Why would you? Why the hell would... What? All right, so those files are there. I am completely confused. Why? It's in the search path. It should be able to find that. Like, seriously, why can't it find that? Can't find CRT 10. Yeah, I should probably update the stats because we're currently... Let me run this with the verbose script. Let me see if I get any sort of hints on what is going on here. So you look here, CRT end, CRT 1. CRT begin. I'm assuming this is coming from the specification files of the compiler. Do I have the spec files here? Yeah, I do. So where are the other ones that it actually cares about? So it is actually the GCC spec file that it's not happy. So if I ask it where CRT end is... So it does find CRT end, and then if I put CRT1, it doesn't look any different for the fucking start file? What does it show on a Linux system for the start file? Because at this point, I'm starting to kind of lose my marbles. Aside from having additional options, it doesn't actually look any different. Let's see what if chat has anything to say. I probably should do that. Like, honestly, that does actually sound like a good idea. I'm just not really that much in the mood for doing it right now. So we have search path. Do you have runtime? I am legitimately at a loss on how to make this work. Is there a way to dump the linker script? Currently looking at how linker scripts work because I'm trying to figure out how the CRT0 file contains boilerplate, gmake, blah 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 blah. File you want to link to the very beginning of the executable. So it has startup, entry, main, format, blah 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 blah, symbols. Yeah, I assumed that wasn't going to make a difference. There, you know what? There. Hold on. I had a thought, and I don't really want this thought to be accurate, but maybe. So LD scripts. Yeah, so that's where a bunch of LD scripts are, but there are also CRT files in here. Yeah, GCC x86. I'm not convinced that that's going to make any difference, but
Oh, that did make a difference. Yeah, that did actually make a difference. Yeah, this doesn't... I don't think this is the right way to do it, but... You know what? Fuck it. I'm taking that. Yeah, no, I know I got disconnected because I was AFK. Because I was looking at those build failures. That legitimately... That is not the right way to fix that. But the search path should now be good enough that it should be able to go past this. No, the way it's supposed to work is it's supposed to... It is possible for a cross-compiler. It should be looking the sys root. Like, it should not be looking elsewhere, but I'm not sure why it's not seeing it. I'm going to have to build a more... The thing is, it did link against the C library successfully. So, there's that question mark. Like, I am deeply confused on why things are or are not working. Like, because that really doesn't feel like the right way to fix this, but it also worked, so what the fuck do I know? If it builds libgcc, it builds libgcc. I just hate how long this make step takes to actually go. There are people that do know. It's just they are highly paid and they don't, you know, like there's companies like Code Sorcery, a lot of folks at Intel, a lot of folks at IBM that basically spend a lot of money to try and make GCC less bad. Thank you for the subscription, Z Chen. Or Chi Chin. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering that. Hopefully that is the last hurdle for getting the newer GCC built. But yeah, this is not going anywhere fast sort of project. Like I said, not going anywhere sort of fast. C or TI. Did I link that one? So why the hell did it work for that first one and didn't work for this one? It's not like explicitly calling for that file, is it? Well, hold on. It is... No, wait. This is the cross. Okay, hold on. This is actually using the -b file. Where is it looking for its libraries? Yeah, hold on. No, that actually does make sense. Hold on. That one actually isn't as nonsensical of a failure as I thought it was. It's still not right,
but I'm going to kind of just roll with it. So where is it looking for its libraries? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, right, because of course that just scrolls right off. So it ends up in that folder. I think I just have to sign, but oh no, there it is, GCC. Alright, let's see if that makes the problem go away like fucking magic. LD does support sysroot. Even if it doesn't support sysroot, I also added those folders to its search path explicitly, so... Oh, also, I am about to die. Because I was not in the safe spot. No, the problem here is it's not looking at the install folder. But I'm very confused on why this is a problem. I've encountered this before, but I think we're reaching critical duct tape and spit levels. Like, I don't know how much more duct tape and spit I can do before it's going to reach a max overload and, I don't know, cats and dogs living together, end of the world sort of shit. The name of the devil written on the seven hills. If we want to go all Revelation. Hey, Skay. I hope you're having a good afternoon, and I don't know how you ended up here either, but welcome to the madness of trying to build Linux on Windows XP. Or more to the point, dealing with GCC problems, trying to get that previous project done. Basically, I'm cross-compiling. Basically, I'm cross-compiling the everything needed to make this work. Now, hopefully, this solves this issue. We're going to know in a second. Well, that's a different sort of failure. File not recognized. File format not recognized. Are you effing kidding me? You have to actually have a copy of the file. Oh. This is deep. No, this isn't Cygwin. This is Services for Unix, which was Microsoft's effective alternative to Cygwin. You know, I just realized I can make myself a gear upgrade, so I'm doing that while I wait for this to do its thing. Oh, that's right. I have to... screw it. I'll do this later then. Yeah, I was hoping I could make blue dehyde with the drops I was getting. I have to go tan them. And I don't really feel like doing that right now. So we'll just continue as is. I'm safe spotting them anyway, so it's not a huge deal. Although I do actually have some green dehyde, which would be better than the gear that I am using. So I'll pull that out of the bank while we're waiting. Currently trying to build, yeah, I thought it should be a sysroot problem. It seems like it's a sysroot problem, but I have it there in the search path and it's still not seeing it. Now, it could be because this is an older bin utilities, GCC, but, oh, hey, look, at least the error flipping changed. And this is partially because this is a cross compiler. CRTN. No, that error is different. It wants a different file. Yeah, this wanted a different file, so that is actually making progress. I don't even know how I'm going to write this one up because, like, fucking hell, this is... That's how I feel about this right now. I mean, conceivably, I could build it on 98 if I can get a modern enough GCC. I'm actually thinking about that one. It might be more possible than not, but we'll see. No, it would be DJ GPP to actually do it. It's going to be kernel 416, assuming we get that far, but we're kind of suffering here. The problem is that it's building with XGCC, which is looking at different file paths, so, like, I'm legitimately not sure is what this comes down to. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what we're doing. We're hitting the depths of feasible computing. I'll be right back. Alright, we're about to find out. Oh, hey, that time it linked. That time it actually fucking linked. So, I think we've got this problem finally solved, maybe? I don't know. I really want this to just freaking build. Yeah, it's now copying. Yeah, no, that actually did work. That actually did build. We're past this build failure. Oh god, that was excruciatingly painful, slow, annoying. Insert adjective here. Like, that sucked. That easily sucked. No, I think it was 419. Well, it's fine. It doesn't really matter if it was an LTS or not. It just needs to be relatively neat, new and neat. Although I should actually check that. No, I grabbed 416, so I should probably grab 419, except for the fact it takes so long to extract. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong version. I'll grab 419 and we'll extract it in the background because we're probably going to be waiting for this for still quite a bit longer. 419. Yeah, yeah, this is definitely the version I should be building. I'm pretty sure that this will work. Wow, that is a lot of point releases. Yeah, that's a lot of point releases. What was the last version of 419? I think it was here. Save as. Okay, that actually finished the glibc build steps. So now we gotta go back to the top level build. Alright, is this done downloading? It says it's going to take 15 minutes to download the Linux kernel. 10 minutes to download the Linux kernel. Because my internet is just having a sad... And, ooh. Sorry, I got a somewhat nice drop. Apparently our RNGesus has decided that to give me... Yeah, I got an Soul Dragon Head, so... That's more of a nice bit of prayer experience. I just wish I had better equipment and gear to make this go faster, but whatever. I don't use Premiere. I use DaVinci Resolve. It's just DaVinci Resolve on Linux is pain. Like, and not in, like, interesting pain. It breaks, and then it makes my life so much harder trying to unbreak it. So yeah, I'm also waiting for kernel. I'm literally, it says 21 minutes to download the kernel, which says a lot about what my internet's currently like. I don't know, maybe I should like install one of those bot games or chatbot games for chat, so folks would be more interested. The thing is that a lot of my videos outdo what what you can actually do with simple. So it's like why I use DaVinci Resolve, because I felt like I outgrew Kdenlive a while ago. Now, unfortunately, this part's going to take a while because it's just going to grind here, going through make for quite a while. Yeah, it's doing GCC. Okay, so maybe at the 6-hour mark we'll actually be able to start building the flipping Linux kernel. Why do I do this to myself? Why do I do this to myself? On the plus side, at least I'm gonna go up a bunch of levels in RuneScape. It's like, can't be mad about that. A lot of stuff that isn't games is basically broken on Wine if it basically has any sort of UI. Because games don't have UIs. They're basically DirectX windows that draw all their stuff into it. And that's like the biggest incentive that people have been putting effort into Wine in for a long time. What happened at the end of the radio arc is I moved to Greece. And currently I don't have a valid radio license for this country. I am in the process of trying to get it. So, the radio arc will resume once I have legal licensure again. Just kind of curious what my loot's been. That's actually a lot of loot. No, Shotcut has some video editing in it. At least if it's the software I'm thinking of, which may not be. I can get my amateur radio license without... In theory, I should just be able to get it. I'm just dealing with GovGR being a sad. I made a joke on stream last time about AI and GovGR, and then I've discovered they now have my Gov AI. They've literally introduced an AI chat bot for the Greek government, and I am like... It's like, if I say it, it becomes real. Like, I don't know what I should say next, because apparently I have this legitimately insane power. I am legitimately losing my mind over this entire thing. Well, with luck, everything will basically start getting better here soon, I hope. I really hate how long this make step takes. Like, it literally just sits here for 10 minutes processing. I don't want to be a Greek god. Have you read ancient mythology? That sounds like the shittiest life known to mankind. Like, literally just dealing with the pantheon. I think I would want... I don't know. It's like, it is interesting hearing about, you know, old Greek stuff here, especially given the literal generations of stuff. Like, you're talking about classic mythology, then you have the fact that Christianity was for a long time, you know, it was and still is the dominant religion for like the last 3 millennia maybe. Well, let's put it like this. Greek mythology would be a lot shorter if Zeus could have kept it in his pants. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Yeah, I've heard that apparently anyone who speaks Greek natively and then has to learn ancient Greeks suddenly hates their lives. Like, this has been told to me by multiple native Greek speakers that ancient Greek has very little in common with the current language, and apparently it's just close enough to fuck with your brain. I would have to look at the exact timeline of events. But yeah, you're right. Jesus lived 2 millennia ago. That being said, I believe the spread of Christianity... well, the exact time frame is doubted, but it's generally taken that Christianity became dominant somewhere around 300 AD, give or take, especially with the conversion of some of the Roman empires, and it had already. But I believe it took root in the Eastern Roman Empire well before it took root in the Western, which would be Greece and what was then Constantinople and what is today Istanbul. The thing is that when you read Shakespeare as is, the English language how do I put that? I didn't find reading the original Shakespeare all that horrible. A modern translation was very helpful, but I don't think it was the same level of degree of misery, to say the least. All right, 6.7 megabytes of Gmake still counting up. This is literally just the Gmake power hour. Yeah, like, you can understand it to an extent. That was my experience with it. Like, there is a lot of... Well, let's be honest. The whole thing is fucking archaic. But you can get the gist of it. My understanding is that ancient Greek does... Ancient Greek is an enemy of modern Greek because they changed the language so much that it looks similar, but is like not really that similar. It's like listening. It's more like listening to a LAN as an English speaker. You might understand some things, but not, and it's all pronounced differently. And the grammar is all different from what I understand it. No, Funny Arc, I see your messages. You're not being AI blocked. To be... I don't want to do Old English. Shakespeare is late Middle English. But a lot of what's basically made languages stop changing as much was development of the written word. Once the printing press became a thing, languages changed a lot more slowly past that point. Like, they still change, but not change as much. Unless you have something like the Greek government that decides to literally upgrade the language, which is actually what happened. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we're doing. We're doing it in Subsystem for Linux, which is your all-natural Linux alternative, or your all-natural replacement for Subsystem. We're currently waiting for it to do a build step that just takes an obnoxiously long amount of time. Alright. So that's all there. So let me restore my stats and then back to the dungeon. This has been a long Slayer task, and I'm not even a third of the way done. I'm a third of the way done. Yeah, the actual speech itself changes, but even then, it still changes a lot slower than what it used to be. Because, I mean, before basically the printing press, you know, most of humankind has been illiterate for most of its history. It's only in the last few centuries have humans en masse become literate, and part of that is due to the invention of the printing press. For better or worse. Probably for the better, but sometimes you have to wonder. Alright, so now we're waiting for yet another large folder to go. Should start going again because it's at 8 megabytes. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to... you know, there's always this notion that the past was better than the present, and like this has existed throughout most of human history. So, you know, it feels like when I say XY, you know, 1990s was better than 2025, it feels like I'm just being, I don't know if I'm being in reality. It's like, I don't know. I feel like things have gotten worse in the last 30 years. But I also think that's because climate change is really starting to come home, and it really doesn't feel like as a species we're getting anywhere with that. No, it was more tongue-in-cheek about illiteracy than anything else. But the idea that knowledge is what causes depression, the idea that knowing stuff, like if we had a world where not new, you know, most people didn't know anything but their local news, our leaders probably wouldn't be able to be held to account. But do you think we'd be happier as a people? We wouldn't be listening or caring about far off wars, you know, the state of the world. There is a happiness in ignorance, for better or worse. And I don't know, and you know, if the point of life is to seek happiness, then there is something to be said about, you know, why the human species has become kind of what it is, or has been moving away from that. But I don't know what is or isn't the point. I mean, I do read the news, but oh, fuck me. Where did it actually fail? All right, so hold on. I see a few things I need to change. So auto host. But what did it actually fail on? I actually don't see a build failure. I see a lot of warnings. Yeah, I see a lot of warnings, and some of those I can actually fix. I legitimately don't see the failure. And then I have to wait for that obnoxiously long make step again. This is legitimately starting to wear on me. It says it died in all GCC. Find waiting for unfinished jobs. Yeah, I don't see where this failed. You know what? It looks like it failed in deck number, actually. Let me just run gmake here, because that'll tell me relatively quickly if that is or is not where it failed. Nothing to be done for all.
So it built that. It looks like it failed on all GCC. Yeah, let me just run gmake in this folder. Probably should turn unlimited scroll back on. That would probably help. And I also can set quick edit mode. We successfully completed a build step and then it died in a build step, but I don't know where it died. It was spewing out too much compiler info, and I didn't see a failure. Hey, on the plus side, 45 Slayer. So at least something's going right today. This is legitimately starting to drag on me. Like, I'm kind of determined to see this through all the way to the end, but... Well, I want to finish the video that I'm going to make with this, because I've already edited a bunch of it, so I'm kind of committed. Like, it's not just for fun, it is for the YouTube channel, which means I do need to see some projects out through to the actual end. I'm going to step away from keyboard for a little bit. And hopefully I don't get eaten by a dragon. Although I should have been here long enough that I shouldn't draw aggression. So I'll be back. Ah, shit.
apologize that took so long. I knocked over a flower pot. I had to clean it up. And it's still waiting for Gmake. I might legitimately, if I don't get any more headway in the next few days, I might just call this project dead and turn what I have into a video and just ship that. I am legitimately frustrated at this point, and it's not in a good way because I am stuck on the same sort of flipping issues that yeah, like I am just because, you know, this make process takes so fucking long. I thought that this was mostly done. I'm going to change this, struggling. Yeah, I'm actually going to change the title of the stream because I mean, I've only been at this for 5 hours. This is not even all that high on the pain and suffering scale, but I have to make a promise to myself. I'm not going to do something this obtuse in the future. I possibly could. That's probably what I'm going to start doing in the future is I'm going to do multiple projects in parallel. I'm not going to start one now because I don't have anything ready to go and I'm going to have to go get components. Okay, that download finally fucking finished, so I can go and extract the header files. Okay, no, they're already there. Also, I gotta make sure I'm not running out of disk space on this VM. No, I still have 100 gigs free, so we should be fine. Alright, I can let that extract in the background. That's still going. It's not even a linker problem. This time, I don't even know what the failure was that time. How close is this to actually... Okay, this is about to start going again. About the only thing that's gone right today is I gained a Slayer level. Once I know what's going on with the build failure, I can probably fix it, but if it keeps these multi-minute stall outs, no, Windows XP didn't draw the window in real time. Like if I move the task manager, you see I get the dialog box. It didn't do that. That was a Vista error feature. That was part of Arrow. Oh yeah. Oh, maybe it's because I'm using RDP. Okay, fair enough. If by the end of this stream I haven't actually gotten this to the kernel build, I will see where I feel after I finish editing the devlog. I will keep plunking away at this in the background for a day or two more, and if not, I will call it quits. So yeah, this should start going again on the make process. I'm doing this because this project has kind of been this weird idea of building Linux from scratch on Windows, just because of the shits and giggles factor. But this has proved to be a lot more painful than I expected it to be. So let me see if we can figure out why this is failing the build. All right, so that is going. Bunch of warnings there, but no actual failure. I think what happened is because it was using the J function, it built a bunch of stuff in parallel. If it just builds, I don't even know what to think at that point. Well, most of these are linker warnings. The std int function warnings we've been getting, I know what's causing them at least. And so I'm not going to be super worried about it, but yeah, this is very much a duct tape build. Oh, I just realized why it's rebuilding all this. It's because I touched auto host. You know, we've been debating that one back and forth. There's some people that tell me that if I run it on KVM, it'll be a lot faster, but I don't know if that would include services for Unix. I don't know if that would include this build. I ran a benchmark on the VM. It is the I/O is a fair bit slower than the host system, but it shouldn't be as slow as this. Yeah, because I touched that header file, it's rebuilding a bunch of GCC. So hopefully, if this is where the failure is, it will fail soon. If not, I'm going to have to run it from the top level make file and just wait. Yeah, it's just going to build all those files again. I hate the fact that it's rebuilding all of this. And like I said, I don't know where the build failure was. I don't have any machines I could run it bare metal on. So I'm just, like I said, I kind of just need to live with it. But even if that's the case, it should not be as slow as it actually is. Which tells me that I think services for Unix is compounding. Okay, that fucking failed. And that failed... Alright, let me get the command line that actually failed. Alright, at least that actually failed, which is... I don't want to say that's a good thing, but at least it wasn't a fool's errand to try and get this to work. Alright, let me... What? Oh no, I must have copied the wrong line. I must have copied the wrong build line. Yeah, that was the wrong file. This is the right file. Nope, that isn't. And then that lost a character. No, of course, this has to be the absolute... There we go. So it's building this with a native compiler, but it's loading. Okay, that's simple enough. That was my own. That was my own stupidity that caused that problem. I'm going to run this back from the top level directory. Gmake j6 2 1 t build log. And hopefully it doesn't get stuck again, because sometimes when I run it parallelized, it does get stuck, but hopefully whatever time we lose. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that is part of the problem. I don't think doing it on networking would be any better, to be honest. I mean, it is possible. I think I'm just going to have to kind of live with it. Like, I don't want to spend excessive amounts of time debugging this. Why did that return? Alright, let me bank my loot. Waiting for the build process to go. I do think we'll get through GCC tonight. Like, I'm a little bit more optimistic that this will actually build when push comes to shove. I mean, that's kind of my copium right now. I'm hoping that will, in fact, be the thing that happens. The fact that I'm not getting any build messages... Oh, there we go, finally. Yeah, so that's going to run through all those directories. It'll get back to GCC eventually. Then we gotta wait for that stupidly obnoxious long make step. Although it only, like I said, it only takes 10 minutes. It just feels like it takes a lot longer. And then hopefully we'll get through it. Yeah, I mean, RuneScape does... It does help. If I didn't have this up on the other screen, I think I'd be a lot more frustrated at this point. Because I am making headway, but I'm making it glacially. And the thing is that I do think the new way of that I'm doing video editings, of releasing devlogs to members and then the final one as like an hour-long video, I do think this is actually a winning combination for the channel. I just feel like I may have chosen something a little bit more obnoxious. The internet comes and goes with time. The problem is it's VDSL, but it's also 920 here, so maybe who's ever got BitTorrent running on the same circuit has stopped. I mean, the problem isn't the compile part. The problem is make. It literally is make being a single-threaded process that's doing a lot of file I/O that just takes an obnoxiously long amount of time. I mean, it realistically is only 10 minutes, but it's 10 minutes every time the build falls over. And, you know, that's adding up. Like, I've probably spent 2 hours of my life just waiting at this build screen. So, yeah, so basically that's what this boils down to. I'm just going to keep this up on screen so I can see how far it is. I think it's about 3 dragon kills just from the things are going. Well, it's Vodafone, and it's been pretty much garbage since I got here. This is the house internet. I do have a 5G connection as a backup because sometimes the house internet cuts out altogether. And when that happens, it's just sucky. Yeah, and the problem is that it has been raining here a lot. So the rain stopped about an hour ago, so I'm guessing the lines probably are okay now. Oh yeah, no, there's lots of easier ways to do this. This is literally for the shit factor of doing it on XP. And yeah, it is very slowly, but it is improving. Or it's not improving, but I feel like we are moving the right way in this. I just have to get over this hurdle. And this is both a mental and physical hurdle right now. .8 megabytes. Yeah, you can run the same exact version on 2000. You might even be able to get it to run on NT4 for all I know. There were specific versions for NT4. Let's see here. It is randomized and shuffled, so it's just statistical. The thing is that random output doesn't feel random. Yeah, I mean, that would probably be a way to do it. So... Well, I mean, the thing is that the printer hardware itself is either sold at cost or even at a loss, with the idea that they make it back in ink. And it's why business printers don't do this shit to the same extent, because business printers are so much more expensive than home ones. But yeah, I mean, it's just anti-fucking competitive. And if we had any sort of real if the FTC was effective, it would be worked on. The problem is that under the current administration, I'm not holding my breath. Although the fact that they're going after Google says a lot, even though I'm pretty sure they're going after Google for reasons unrelated to competitiveness. .7 has to get to 8.7 and then it'll start going again. Also, I gotta turn the heat on here. It suddenly got very cold. Well, I mean, the whole point of the space race was that people were panicking over, they were legitimately panicking over the perceived missile gap between the USSR and the United States. And you also had the Soviets that not only put the first satellite in space, they had shortly followed that up by sending Yuri Gagarin into orbit. So the space race was the idea to move the barrier so far ahead that U.S. dominance could not be questioned. All right, 6.4 megabytes. I'm just kind of staying in my happy place while dealing with this, because this has been frustrating in not a good way. Yeah, I mean, the United States wasn't as far behind in missile technology as believed, but a lot of the biggest things about politics is that perceptions matter, even if those perceptions are false. Although I do believe at that time the United States didn't even know that it was not actually that far behind. All right, 7 megabytes. Almost there. It is definitely getting there. I mean, there are people that still hold on to decades-old laser jets, so, you know. On the plus side, I'm more than halfway through this Slayer task now, which is kind of a good feeling. This is definitely a long Slayer task. Not helping, my gear is kind of garbage. Well, it doesn't have to be a good ICBM. It just needs to do the trick. And also, you know, if your enemy believes that you could wipe them out, the doctrine of mutually assured destruction is what it comes down to. You know, the idea of nuclear war between the United States and USSR and later Russia has largely prevented has stopped another world war. Now, the unfortunate side effect of this is that it's also fueled proxy wars to an unparalleled degree of human suffering. Just see what's going on in Ukraine for the modern version, but it wasn't like there weren't a whole lot of proxy wars during the Cold War as well. We're just seeing it in the 21st century. All right, so make is about GCC is going to start building here and again. Eight 8.2, 8.1 megabytes. Starts going at about 8.7, 8.8. And then it'll build for GCC. It'll build whatever native libs it has to build. And then hopefully, maybe. There's still one more GCC build in this project, but it's not until much later on, and it'll hopefully be a lot less horrible. Because we have to cross-build the native... We have to build a native compiler for the end system. So I'm really just kind of hoping this works. I mean, inkjets basically are the idea of you get what you pay for. Now, I mean, if you print literally every day, inkjets probably are... No, I disagree with that. I mean, if you're filling them up with non-toner ink, non-official ink, they probably are cost competitive with laser printers. But as chat mentioned, the heads do dry out. So, like, you're almost always better getting a secondhand laser printer. And good, Make is about to start moving again. Now, hopefully, we don't have any more. I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to sit here and continue with my optimism and slowly grinding through Slayer levels. The only thing that's kind of keeping me optimistic about this Slayer task is that when I get to the far side of it, there will be a very nice XP dump. And that will make it all worth it. Or so I hope. The amount of warnings this is generating is slightly concerning, but this already did build once. We're just building it with more option flags than what we did before. Yep, it did actually finish extracting. I still have to build... Well, actually, I don't need to worry about building the header files, so there is that. If we can just get through GCC, we should be in business. I hope. I'm building the final stage of the compiler we need. This should have only taken 2 hours, but we ran into quite a few other issues that had to be resolved. So I'm just kind of I'm kind of just sitting here hoping, The problem was I had a couple lines commented out in stdint from testing. But yeah, there was also the problem that GCC itself was doing a stupid. There were a bunch of issues that kind of compounded upon itself. Like, I don't even know how I'm going to edit this into a video. Like, this is legitimately been a miserable... This has been probably the single most miserable stream of the whole project. But if it gets to the far side it gets to the far side, and then I can feel better about it. The fact that it's rebuilding GCC is a little bit... Like, it's building this with a host compiler, which... you know what? Actually, no, sorry, that does make sense. That does actually make sense. It still has to build other parts of it, but... like I said, we're going to just kind of hope and pray here. Also, we've got 69 blue dragons left to finish this task. Assuming my character can actually hit them. Yeah. All right. I think after this round of inventories, I am actually going to go make blue d'hide gear because it will hopefully speed these up. Theoretically, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just copying. I'm at 52 health, so I'm almost at my max. But yeah, part of why these kills are so slow is that my gear is garbage. And you know what? I have a bunch of blue d'hide. I should just go tan it and make it into gear. So once we finish this inventory, I'll home teleport to Lumbridge, and then I'll run to Al-Kharid to tan it. Because blue d'hide should be quite a bit of a gear upgrade. If I could get Barrow's gloves, like I have to do a bunch of questing on this account. So, which I really haven't been in the mood to do, but I haven't been playing RuneScape all that much recently. Yeah, I have 48 out of 170 quests done. So this is building, it is at least building. So I'm kind of hoping and being optimistic that it all is going to kind of work out. I can't believe that it's taken 6 hours to get this far. Alright. One more dragon kill, and then we're going to head to Al-Kharid. And I'm going to make some new gear. I believe I have the crafting level needed for this. No, I don't. Damn it. I need 68 to actually do that. That's a crafting grind. I mean, I could just buy it, and maybe I should. Although I don't even think I have the defense level to wear it yet, now that I think about it. Hold on. What level do I need for blue d'hide? Is there not a defense requirement for it? There should be. Alright, I guess maybe there isn't. I mean, if I'm going to just buy gear, I might as well buy just a set of black d'hide, which would probably speed, you know, black d'hide and something that isn't the Dorgishan crossbow. I used to play Dwarf Fortress a lot. I don't really enjoy the newer versions all that much. I haven't played since the Steam release. I don't actually even own it on Steam. Alright, let me go to... Yeah, let's go to Ferox Enclave first. Yeah, if I want blue d'hide, I'd have to get quite a few crafting levels. Like, that's not the worst grind in the world, but I'd probably need 500,000 experience, and I don't have much of anything. Like, I don't think I've got anything in my bank that I could conceivably turn into crafting experience. Let me just take a look in the bank. Let me see what I have. Okay, so now it's doing libgcc. What do I actually have in here that could conceivably give me crafting experience? My guess is not a lot. I have some rubies. I have, yeah, not enough to even get remotely close to what I need. How much? I think I cashed in all my Stardust. Oh, I actually have quite a bit. I don't think it's going to be enough to get me all those levels, though. What do I have in terms of silver? Yeah, I don't have any silver. I think I have a fair bit of gold. Oh, no, I actually crafted all my gold. Well, that sucks. Yeah, you know what? Let me teleport to Varrock. I'm going to buy some black d'hide off the Grand Market. I think that's actually a good investment for this account. It's probably about the best gear I can get without completely destroying the bank. And then once I have the level to use all that blue d'hide, it'll be really nice. I don't have a license that I can use right now, so I haven't tried. Also, I don't even remember why I was buying Dragon Arrow tips. Alright. How much are you? Oh, you're not all that expensive, so... Actually, you don't even really help here. Yeah, it doesn't actually give me any range strength, so I guess it's not really... I guess it's not an improvement. Huh. Surprising. I'm pretty sure if I used bolts. Yeah, because I have all these mithril bolts. Although... How much are... Yeah, you know, that's a 33% increase. So, you know what? Why don't we fire those off? I have an adamant crossbow. I don't think I have a rune crossbow, but I do have an adamant one. So, I'm actually curious to see how much of a difference this will make. Like, how much faster this will go. I haven't even tried to listen to them, so I don't even know which repeaters are or are not better, because there aren't many that I can reach or hear. Or let me rephrase that. I haven't put up a 2-meter antenna to listen, and I haven't even tried with the handheld, because I'm pretty sure the handheld won't hear or see anything. So yeah, at least the build is going again. I don't. It looks like it's rebuilding a part of libgcc. I feel like it's gotten confused and it's redoing steps of the build it's already done. So I'm curious on how much of a difference this is going to be damage-wise.
Assuming I don't... Yeah. There we go. Oh, I wouldn't even be able to wear black d'hide, so I just checked. You need 70 range for it, so... Rip, at least I, I'm actually just seeing what the differences are between the free. Okay, so it's a 9-point difference. I couldn't tell if that kill was any faster. Like I said, I shouldn't be talking about RuneScape because whenever I talk about RuneScape, people disappear out of my stream. But fuck it, I'm just gonna fire these bolts off because I think they're faster. I gotta see what the max hit is. And let me bring chat back up. Yeah, I would have to program it into one of my handhelds, but like I said, I don't have a license I can use right now, so it's kind of moot. The initial compiler came from Services for Unix. It actually has two, sort of. It can use Visual C++ with a wrapper that makes it quote-unquote POSIX compatible, and they also shipped a copy of GCC 3.3. We're building the final cross compiler because there were more issues that had to be resolved. Arthritis. I'm tempted to actually stop the recording because of how long this is taking. Like, I feel like I'm just burning disk space for no actual good purpose. Well, we'll see. Tomorrow, I'm just going to be doing video editing. I'm not going to be doing anything. I'm not going to be live streaming tomorrow. I don't know why it rebuilt all these files, though. Well, downloading Firefox for Windows XP doesn't really help me all that much. So, you know, there is that. On the plus side, at least it looks like I am going to reach 60 range tonight, which will be nice. Now it's building this. It's that CRT stuff again, which is where it failed. I don't know why it chose to rebuild this. But, you know, it's fine. It built. It's good. So now it's building, copying all those to the GCC directory. Maybe the top level makefile just got confused. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, that is the only thing we're using it for as an FTP client. And Windows Explorer is a better FTP client than Firefox is. Yeah, I know, that sounds cursed to say, but it is true. Actually, I'm close to also leveling up hit points, which will be nice. Like I said, I kind of want base 70s for starting to do barrows, but eh. So it's doing that install step, and then I don't know what it builds after that. I think it builds... It already did libcpp, so I think it might just do standard C++. This is where it crapped out last time, so... hopefully all the problems go away and everything becomes happy, happy, joy, joy. Oh, you know, I just realized what happened. When I changed autohost to make libgcc succeed, yeah, I just had a realization of what just happened. When I changed autohost, it, how do I put this? It caused parts of GCC to rebuild, and because I flubbed it up slightly, it stopped working in a good way. I think the way I summarize this is that incompetence was in play. Yeah, the thing is that Internet Explorer in the 90s was a lot better than Mozilla was. Firefox was kind of the response to challenge. It wasn't even a Mozilla project to begin with. Wasn't it like one guy that basically cut Firefox down to just the browser out of Mozilla, and then yeah, okay, now it's doing a whole bunch of configure stuff for the additional libraries. That is a good sign. So I actually want to reset my experience per hour. I just want to see what we're getting now. Yeah, this is actually considerably faster. And that's also... Hey, Jackie the Deer. There was a lot of issues with Firefox back in the day, but wow, switching to MIF belts actually was a major speed increase. I should have been doing this for a while. Like, yeah, that is actually quite a bit higher experience per hour. All right, good to know. Yeah, well, it wasn't like originally... Yeah, it was originally called Phoenix, and then it was Firebird, and then they finally got Firefox. All right, so it's just doing a whole bunch of configuring stuff. At least the configure scripts are all kind of running nicely. Like, makes me feel like progress is being made.
Costas, I'm sorry to cause you PTSD. Yeah, I remember when it came back out because I remember with early, I was still using Macs at that point in my life, and I really remember the choices of web browsers were Internet Explorer 5 for Mac OS 10, which was a really terrible web browser, or dealing with a lot of lag with Mozilla. Firefox was an improvement, but honestly, Safari beat them both when they finally released when it was released, and then Safari began to atrophy pretty badly. Okay, so that's Stack Protector, basically being built. So that's another good one actually done. All right, I'm just staying optimistic that we can actually get through this. Yeah, Safari peaked pretty early. I still use it from time to time if I need something that I don't. I use Chrome as my daily driver. I'm not a big. I don't really like Chrome, but it's what I use, so be it. God, I almost wonder if it's worth bringing the runes to weaken. I forgot what... Not superheat, what is it? Yep, that's building slowly but steadily. I have thought about doing this on OS2. The problem is that I need a case-sensitive file system to pull this off. And I don't know if there's a way to get that under OS2. But see what I mean? Like, this build step runs nice and fast. It's literally just make itself that stalls. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is that Internet Explorer for Mac OS wasn't Trident, it was its own rendering engine called Tasman. So it was just Internet Explorer in name. It couldn't even open a lot of IE only websites, which I always thought was hilarious. So it just finished libquadmath. So yeah, okay, I think we're on the far... I think we're over the hump with GCC. We're still going to have to run the install script, which takes forever, but once we're through that, it's kernel compile time. It may have just failed to configure script there. It said text file is busy. I'm hoping that doesn't mean something's going to fail. That's just a parallelization issue, though, so I'm not super worried about that failure. I remember when websites used to have the best viewed in Internet Explorer, best viewed in Netscape banners. Those were all over the web in the 90s. All right, so now it's building Mudflap. So we're almost at the point of having the fully featured C compiler. Probably going to take a break here for dinner in a little bit. Yeah, I remember those made with Notepad, Front Page++. Back when you could just make a web page nice and easy. Like, you still can, but you can't make it look good by the standards of the modern internet. Well, I mean, hosting isn't terrible. I mean, it depends, I guess. The one thing I remember about Internet Explorer 3 was I always loved the look of the toolbar with like the cursive script written into it, although I don't think it actually said anything. What is it building right now? Just so I can keep an eye on. I'm just curious where it is. It is currently building... looks like it's building Mudflap? No, it's not building Mudflap. I don't know what it's building. Trident was built off Mosaic. It's even credited in the... I mean, I can show you right now. If I pull up Internet Explorer and then I click About Internet Explorer, based on NSCA Mosaic, because they bought Spyglass, and then Spyglass became Internet Explorer. So yeah, it is based on Mosaic. I think the biggest problem with the browser wars is that it's always that one browser becomes dominant, then we get one browser that challenges it, and it just goes around and around. And the complexity of the modern internet has gone to the point that, like, building a browser rendering engine is hard, to say the least, especially because a lot of behaviors are not particularly well documented. It's, to some extent, whatever... Alright, so... Oh, I forgot to take... You know what? I can just teleport to Valley. Why do I need... I don't even need to carry a Ring of Dueling. Because I'm just safe spotting all these. It's not fast, but it is getting there. That's going to be a nice amount of prayer XP when I cash in all those Dragon Bones. I don't know what I think this is. The fact is, it's not parallelizing anything else. So either make hung, which is entirely possible, or this is the last component it needs to build. Yeah, I'm actually going to grab that kite shield. The plate legs aren't really worth it. Hey, Cosmin, Adrian. It's mostly the shits and giggles factor of actually doing it. It's the idea of a friend hands you a bunch of Linux source code as kind of a joke, and then you build it into an actual usable Linux distribution. That being said, I'm 2 weeks into this project, and it's been going very slowly. And it's been more than a little frustrating at times. Like, I really had to blow some steam off a little earlier. Which is also why I have old school RuneScape up in the corner, because right now it is kind of keeping me sane for what has been a not so fun stream for me. That being said, it'll be nice to get another Slayer level. And Blue Dragons as a task will give me a ton of points at the end. I remember Netscape 5 when it released. It had the built-in AIM client. I remember that experiencing tab browsing for the first time under Mozilla. LGR just released one, like Watching a Computer Chronicles, that apparently the first tab browser that was from the 1940s. Where we're going, we don't need fun. Well, I mean, I'm playing old school RuneScape. Fun is questionable. Masochism, not so much. That one just comes with it. I thought it was a built-in AIM client, although that may have been regional. My God, this configure script is taking a really fucking long time to run. Yeah, there was Netscape 5, 6, and then AOL started shipping versions of Netscape based on Mozilla. But I do remember 6 pretty clearly. Yeah, there were a few that had tab browsing before Mozilla. It's just where I first experienced it. I believe iCab did have it, and I was a Mac user, but I wasn't willing to pay for what iCab wanted, and I don't think I cared enough. Ooh, some rune javelins. I've never played Toontown, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, let's be honest, there's an entire generation that was enthralled to their computers through old school RuneScape. Like, I remember this being on every other computer in the computer lab in middle school. And while I didn't get into it in the time, I'm quickly realizing what I was missing out on. Pain! So, okay, now it's doing... I don't know what part of this is it building right now. I'm assuming... This might be libstd C++ it's currently building. Yuri, thank you. I am fingers crossed that we will get this built and done. Hey, I was right. It is libstd C++. I think this is the last component. Hey Aphrodite, thank you for tired is the right one. Thank you for the 279 super chat. Maybe we can get a few more before the night is over to balm my soul. Yeah, Mozilla's history is weird and confusing. Like, maybe it might be something I sit down and talk about in a video at some point. But yeah, we all get stomped by a crow. That's why you wrestle the chickens barehanded at first, or you get a few smithing levels and basically go with that. Wait, is Netscape still around? Like, I shouldn't be surprised by that. Okay, yeah, so it just finished building, it looks like it just finished building libstd C++. Well, no, I take that back. It's not done yet. Still baking. Yeah, I remember them as a dial-up ISP. That is something I remember seeing ads for all over the early internet. Back when ads used to give you, like, useful suggestions that you might actually care about. Oh, wow. Grand Pile, thank you for the $20 super chat. Yeah, I remember CompUSA. I had a CompUSA account, and I even had CompUSA 2000, which was really just reskin CompuServe. Not CompUSA, CompuServe, not... Brain turning into goo. Okay, the good thing is what broke on the build was Gmake. The bad part is it was Gmake that broke, but I do actually think, yeah, it's exiting with 7 job server circuits. It somehow gained a process. Alright, I think we can run install, though. Yeah, Make broke. It's not the first time Make is broke. Wow, these dragons have almost dropped $500,000 worth of loot so far. Wow, this guy just TP'd in. So we're gonna have to compete. Well, actually, I lost aggression, so that actually does make it easier. Okay. Yeah, we've broken Make a few times on this build. The problem is that Gmake install is going to be kind of slow on this. Also, I'm hoping it's done. Because, although the fact is that it was exiting the job server with 7 tokens and it has 6, does imply that it actually finished the build. So now we just have to wait for the Gmake install script to actually, like, do its thing. Oh, this baby blue dragon is almost trying to kill me. I should probably be doing this with magic, because I'm pretty sure it would be faster. Yeah, I'm about to die.
Let me throw rapid heal on, just because that was me getting a little sloppy and distracted. Yeah, okay, cool. It's doing the install step. Ooh. Yeah, CMonkey is what the whole suite was originally called, so we're currently just waiting for this to run make install, and I just broke the cap on the soda. Well, I think it compiled. We'll find out soon, because if it doesn't, it didn't compile, make install will start compiling it. It's amazing that this Slayer task has taken me almost as long as this has taken. Only 7,000 XP to 60 ranged. I don't know how long until I get another max hit, though. Like, that's what I really want. Okay, so it's doing LTO plugin. I'm pretty sure it's in Make or in GCC. Yeah, it's in GCC. That's definitely going to take a bit. Hey, there we go. I got defense level. I should world hop, but whatever. The dragon will respawn in a moment. Honestly, I think I'm going to go grab a snack. I'm back with lamb. Although I probably should have gotten a drink with that. Ooh, that is actually tasty.
Well, that guy just logged out and he left some dragon bones. So you know what? I'm just going to help myself. Not going to grab your loot. I'll take it. We're literally just waiting for this make script to actually finish, like, building. I really hate how long this takes, but hopefully, in theory, it's done now. Okay, I gotta tell you, eating a big chunk of lamb just makes everything all that much better. It's like a Snickers bar, except I have it. So 6 megabytes of memory usage. It starts going again at 8.7. The problem with websites as a program is that a program that you have literally no control over. You can't downgrade them. You can't customize them. Although to a degree, you can't really customize desktop apps. But I mean, it's part of my point where it feels like technology hasn't been getting better. Or I shouldn't say I haven't been getting better. It's like we've lost the ability to customize and make it our own. I'm not sure how many people actually did that. Like, I used to remember Windows 95, everyone had like a very distinct looking system, and now it just looks all the same to me. Well, a lot of it is that there's no need to optimize code anymore, and now you can want responsive stuff, but modern web architecture is just complete garbage, because, I mean, how many copies of, like, React do you think there are spread across the internet? Also, I don't want to be fighting this baby dragon. Ooh, man, eating this big chunk of lamb. Like, this is just a big... I don't know what part of the lamb it is, but it's just this big, giant piece of lamb. It's not like just a lamb chop. And, man, this is good. Honestly, as far as mail clients go, the one I remember the most is Eudora. I don't know anyone else who remembers Eudora. I also remember Pegasus Mail, but Eudora I actually remember other people using. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't mind a gyro, but like I said, I just have a big honking piece of lamb. So that's what I'm eating. I don't know, maybe I should set up a Domino server on my stream so we can relive the horror of Lotus Notes. My father was a huge WordPerfect user. He always used reveal marks. Ooh. Okay, the fact that we've got the basic build going and I've got this really satisfying piece of lamb is like, it has made things better. I actually feel like I'm in a much better mental space than I was an hour ago. Yeah, the problem is that, do I really want to inflict IBM brain damage directly into my head? Oh. Free genie lamp. Ooh, what should I put this in? Yeah, you know what? I'll put in Slayer. Ooh, that was a really good... Sorry, I'm... Honestly, I should get some bread and, like, make gyros out of this. You know what, screw it. This is about to start building again, so I'm going to grab a pita, and I'm going to turn the rest of this lamb into a makeshift gyro. We are now still building, still installing GCC, but at least it's installing. So hopefully it doesn't have to do anything super obnoxious. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any of the white sauce. And I have eaten a good chunk of this meat, so there isn't that much left. But what's left will be really tasty. I've been basically working on leftover lamb for the last 2 days. Oh no, there's some good chunks left here. Actually, you know what? I have a knife right here. Why am I doing this the hard way? So that's still doing install stuff. Yeah. I'm currently carving out what meat I can from this giant thing of lamb. Although I wish I had the webcam on. You guys would be able to rate my lamb. Also, I was not shooting dragon. I should be shooting dragon. So I'm reaching peak computer. I am playing a game without touching the keyboard. I am currently building GCC, and it's just doing it. And I'm eating a piece of lamb. I have reached peak. I've reached ascension. So So the install script is almost done. Once the install script's done, we can start trying to build the Linux kernel. Aside from needing a drink, this is perfect. So now we're waiting for yet another make step to finish, but at least it's all doing the install stuff, at least as well as it can be. I am legitimately enjoying my lamb on bread. Even if I just dropped a piece on the floor, that's sad. I suddenly feel something, I'm suddenly feeling much better about life. Just maybe because lamb, tasty lamb makes everything better. Ooh, yeah, that really does make everything better. I'm surprised of how much my mood has improved now that I've just eaten a big chunk of meat and now meat on bread. To turn lamb into lamp, excuse me. To turn lamb into lamp, I would need an excessive amount of high voltage to vaporize it. I'm not sure I could get that much high voltage here in Greece. Ooh, this has been... I should be doing Greek studies, and I think in future streams I will. I cannot bring myself to do it today. Okay, folks, it's done. And look, we now have a C++ compiler. All right, now we get to do the main event. We now actually get to try and build a Linux kernel on Windows. I'm going to actually log out as soon as this kill is done, because I actually think I need to dial in for a while. All right, so now that I've picked up those items, let me log out of RuneScape. I'll take RuneScape off the stream. All right, it's time. So first thing we do is make Arch x64 def config. Right, sorry, we do that with gmake. I'm pretty sure that's going to need additional bits, but I think right now I just want to use the def config.
Is that not the target? Oh yeah, hold on. That's not actually going to work. It needs to also have host C flags, extra C flags. And then I believe it's cross-compile. Well, we don't need to do that for def config. Let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can just do the make this part. I'm just going to build default config because it's good enough. Well, that sets the tone for the whole damn thing. Where the hell do I get opt? Like, I am surprised I don't have that function. That means I need to find an implementation of it because I actually like fucking need that. I'm pretty sure I can find an implementation of it. GNU extension, get opt. Like, that feels like that would be an actual function. I think GNU lib does have it. It's here, so I'm gonna have to now find an implementation of get opt. Yeah, the problem is there's a few places I can get it. I'm just gonna have to find an implementation of it, and I think Liberty has an implementation I can use. So let me see if I can just. All right, we have get opt. I'm just trying to figure out how hard this is to extract. So get op internal. I get the sensation I basically need all of this. Where was the file it was trying to build? Oh, it's in scripts. And then cough. Now, hopefully that just kind of works. There's a chance it doesn't. Oh, also I have to remove that header file. ANSI deck. Oh, good lord. That one. That one looks like an internal kernel function one. Let me see where that one is. ANSI decl.h. Okay, so it looks like it's a part of GCC, like it's defined there, but I don't think that's actually relevant. It looks like, yeah, it looks like this is a GCC header. It's compiler compatibility macros, maybe. But the fact that it's not in, Let me just comment out that header file. Let me figure out what breaks. Patience is a virtue of dealing with this. Didn't I get rid of get opt? Oh, you need get opt h. Fine. And then I'll actually just put that in the headers folder, so... Seems a bit weird that that gets defined there, but whatever. Well, that was exciting. Right. I think copying get opt is not going to work.
All right, let me undo this. Because obviously this is going to require... Frig. Where is getOp called? Yeah, so you actually are called here, and you want getOp long. Oh, fuck you. Okay. I gotta solve this issue. I just have to deal with it. Question is, where can I get an implementation of this that isn't completely horrible? I'm assuming you're only using getOp long. There is an implementation of it in... Postgres has an implementation of it in its port folder. So let me see if I can just grab that. It does have a header file, which... Do I really want to have to go hunting for it? Let me see if I can find a better one. Because I'm not sure what flags it would actually call. All right, so PostgreSQL has an implementation, which ends up in a bunch of other places. Yeah, I'm going to have to just find like a usable implementation of this, and then... Oh, you know what? Here's one from Android. That I might just be able to stick in here and call it good. If I have to do extreme modification, I will do it, but I really... Yeah, this actually looks really clean. I think I can just copy this one right in, and it might just work. So this is an implementation from Android. I am still really surprised that there's no getOp function on this, nor does there seem to be an easy way to get one. So it died looking for getOp.h. No, it'll be fine. Yeah, the Android one's from Bionic. You really are going to make my life hard, aren't you? Undefined struct options. Conflicting definition of parse long options. So this is the version we get here, and then... Do we need the forward declaration? Conflicting. Yeah, I'm assuming it's got shit in the header file it actually cares about. Alright, let me see if I can just coax this into working. Like, there's only like a small handful of host utilities, so it shouldn't be terrible to get this to work. Right, I also found the header file for get opt. So I can add... Yeah, I can add this, which is, yeah, part of the header file. I am really surprised getOpt isn't on this system. It is a very standard function. I guess they went with a very minimal... Well, I mean, I already knew they went with a very minimal C library. Yeah, I feel like we're hitting max duct tape. Like, if I was doing this under Sigwin, I'm pretty sure it would just work. Yes! Okay, so it did build that, and then it failed due to a lack of bison. I can fix that. The lack of bison is an easy fix. Which also probably means I also need flex. But, yeah, that's an easy fix. Alright, so I just need a reasonably up-to-date bison. Sure? Yeah, why don't we grab like a version of Bison from 2012? That sounds like something that would be good enough for this and probably be able to compile. Sadly, I'm on the wrong continent for Bison, but at least Bison and Flex should be really easy to satisfy, because that means it did compile it. Alright. I'm going to step away from keyboard while that builds. I literally stepped away for a moment. Okay, so yeah, I think we're going to. I think we're going down the rabbit hole. At least this is a progress rabbit hole, not just a rabbit hole of pain and misery. Okay, so we need a new M4. Let's just find a version of M4 that it's going to be happy with. Yeah, like, sure, let's go with that. Okay, I mean... we're hitting maximum duct tape. Well, we have M4. The problem is it's too old. So we need a new M4, we need a new Bison, and we're probably going to need Flex, but I'm not going to install Flex until it actually tells me I need it. This has been a cliff, but it's a cliff where we can almost see the summit. Now the question is, are we going to fall off the cliff? Also, I think I missed a super chat because I just noticed the number went up by a lot. YouTube is not showing me. Did I miss a super chat? Because I just noticed. No, I called that one out. Okay, I guess the total was. Also, can I bring back the terminal window? Alright, let me make some notes here because I gotta remember. Had to build new Bison, which required new M4, which ... because God knows I see where this process is going. There was get opt long in the version from Bionic that I grabbed. I like that it looks for a traditional French locale. Obviously, I want some eclairs with its Bison. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I have a spare eclair in the refrigerator. I will save that for later. It's virtualized, not emulated. It's almost, we are actually getting there. Like, it actually does feel like progress is being made. We're building something new. It's shiny. Soulcatcher, we finally got GCC sorted. We're now trying to start building the Linux kernel. The kernel blew up because I didn't have Bison. Bison wanted a newer M4. So we're going down the dependency rabbit hole. So right now we are literally just waiting for once I kick the stream off, the build off, it's not so hell, it's literally just missing utilities. And we're, like I said, we're waiting for M4 to build. This shouldn't be terrible, I hope. Question mark. It's interesting that I don't have a French locale, but apparently I have a Japanese one. I don't get how that works. I can actually hear my CPU fan speed running up to full speed. So it's maybe going. I am legitimately really, really hoping this works. Because I am running out of ideas. Well, no, I'm not running out of ideas. I just... Oh god, it's at fucking 7 hours right now. Well, it seems like smooth sailing. Whether it is actually smooth sailing has remained to be seen. Because there's... The kernel build process is long and complex. So there is a lot of things that could potentially still go wrong. So far, all these configs look correct. M4 basically has to run on everything that AutoTools runs on, so I expect this code base is fairly portable. That's an interesting... Checking whether printf survives out of memory conditions. I wonder how the hell it tested that. Probably by using a custom makefile instead of the kernel's build infrastructure. It's the only way I could think they would do it. This is a long configure script. Like, look at the number of platform checks it's running. Determining if I have a working make s temp, and then it stopped. Which, okay, no, apparently I do have a working one. That'd be funny if it actually looks for a VAX filling point. Well, I did see it was looking for the difference between the binary format of FPU numbers, so it may only run that test if it detected that it wasn't an IEE compliant system. Although the FPU on 32-bit x87 is a little bit weird. Also, apparently RMDIR doesn't work, which is an interesting message to see. I almost wonder if I should reopen RuneScape while I'm waiting. Oh, you know what? I will. I just won't put it on screen right now because, like I said... Or screw it, I can actually put it back on screen. Because I can keep an eye on it, and I can kill blue dragons at the same time. Alright, so now it's checking all wide character functions. It's now looking for a Turkish Unical locale, which is interesting. Like, why... It's running a lot of very interesting configure checks. God, this feels like I mean, this code base has probably been built in some very esoteric stuff before, which doesn't surprise me. M4 is ancient. Like, I haven't seen it look for Greek locales. It's just looked for everything else. That being said, seeing it make build progress actually feels like a breath of, like, fresh air. Okay, now it's doing config.status. I'm waiting for the dragon to respawn. Yeah, M4, I think M4 came from mainframes. Like, it is old. Alright, so it's now making the make file, and then it'll start making. Then it'll make install. Then we can start building Bison, which means we can get back to building the kernel. And then probably we'll end up having to build Flex. Like, I'm 99% sure we're going to need Flex, but until it actually tells me I need Flex, I'm not going to bother. Yeah, we're just waiting for the make file to pop out. Oh no, it's still, it's now making stamp H. Also, my stream chat quit. Alright, let me teleport to Faldor. Okay, now that's building. Oh yeah, I should also upgrade this status, because we're not doing that anymore. Current status, building kernel pre-dependencies. Flex, M4, Bison, act. Okay. All right, I have now fixed the stream status. And the blue dragons are returning to being slayed. Alright, so it's almost, it just built lib M4, so I'm guessing it just has to build like one utility. Well, looks like a bit more than that. Okay, it just built M4, now it's going to do make install. I don't think it's going to be that long, to be honest. It's just, I probably should run the test, but screw it. No, the bison required the bison had to be secured by a metric for a 4-meter M4 stick. So we're getting the M4 stick for it to compile. Okay. Nothing to be done, so I think it's about to run the install script. Yep, install recursive. Alright, wait for it to finish installing. Wait, still waiting for it to installing. Okay, so it is going to need Flex. Alright, I might as well grab Flex while I'm waiting on it then. It's not a big deal. Oh right, it's in the non-GNU folder. Yeah, non-GNU. Flex. Where is Flex? Okay, that means I have to go get Flex from another flipping source. Fine. If you're gonna make me do that. Alright, Flex. Download. And because SourceForge sucks, I would like something that isn't the latest version, please. Do I not get a choice in this matter, SourceForge? Here we go. Files. 2539. Screw it. It's in it. Alright, that's downloading. Show in folder. Okay, there we go. Alright, Flex is downloaded, so now I can go to my Internet Explorer, go to my directory listing, and then we can download Flex. Now we can download Flex. Okay, so cool. That's M4 download. So now we can do Bison, and then we can do Flex. Although, now that I think about it, I do wonder if Bison requires Flex, but eh. Bison and Flex are used for doing like language definition stuff, so it doesn't really surprise me that much that it is needed. I actually kind of suspected it would be, but apparently, whatever. It's an easy enough thing to solve. I don't need to care, or I don't need to put thought to it. Also, I am 10 more dragons to a Slayer level, so that'll be nice. And I think this will give me so much experience from finishing the task that I'll probably get another Slayer level. Oh, yeah, no, I should probably... No, hold on. I actually should do flex first. I should actually do flex first. Because I just saw that configured message. Let's do flex first. Hey, Monica. I hope you're having a good night tonight. Now we just gotta basically wait for this to go. I am cricking my neck right now. It's both exciting and very frustrating waiting for this to go and do things. Okay, G++. So, interesting, it seems to want to use flex to compile flex. I hope that's not actually the case, but whatever. We'll have this solved in a few minutes. Oh, the view count is starting to actually go up quite a bit. But that definitely means we are approaching building the kernel. Like, we finish Flex, we build Bison, we run the def config, and then once that runs, all I have to do is one final make command, and then we just strap in, and see what happens. All right, there we go. God, this has got me like sitting on the edge of my seat quite literally, because if this works, it means the last 2 weeks of my life have not been a waste. I'm not done, but this is the hurdle. I get past the Linux kernel, it's all downhill from here. Literally, it's all straightforward. It's all relatively easy. The kernel is the hardest part. Alright, now it's building the makefile, all the bits for the makefile, and then it should start building. That's a lot of test make files. And if I was an intelligent human being, I would probably run the test suite. I'm not an intelligent human being, or more to the point that I can't be asked, I'll be honest. So it's doing dep files, libtool commands. Hopefully this isn't going to be too horrible to build.
All right, well, there it goes. Well, I'm just going to be happy if it boots. Like, literally, it is going to be... I am going to be happy to see if it boots. Happy 420 files. Hope everyone had a good recent 420. Uh, 419, which was the LTS. All right, 155 in chat. I am fingers crossed that we actually get there. I'm also hoping the resulting video comes out good. The next 2 days are going to be editing 2 devlogs. Figuring out if it doesn't boot, I'm going to have to spend a lot of time looking at why it debugged, why it didn't. But at least there's only relatively little that could actually be the cause. Yeah, sadly it's illegal here in Greece too, so I can't so it's unfortunate. It turns out I missed something from New Jersey. The toxic waste dump had one thing that was going for it. Because let's be honest, New Jersey is the toxic waste dump of the planet. Or at least the United States, but I'm pretty sure even non-Americans are aware of New Jersey jokes. Alright, so that's doing all the install stuff. Then we have to do the bison. Then once we do the bison, we go back to the kernel, and then we probably need to find another dependency. Hey, the lovely Chris. We are currently building the dependencies of the Linux kernel. We finally got the cross compiler sorted, which has been kind of a pain and misery point on this. I mean, the thing is that Fallout is nicer than Detroit because you don't have to live in Fallout. There are people that have to live in Detroit. I mean, it could be worse, though. There are people that have to live in Chicago. I mean, let's be honest. Chicago's home to the greatest psych op that the CIA is currently running. The Bean. Appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying it. Also, hopefully folks are enjoying watching me very slowly level up in RuneScape because, good lord, Slayer is not fast. Hey, look, we found the Chicago Knight in the chat. I mean, there are places worse to live in than Chicago, like Vancouver. Because Vancouver has all the quality of life between Chicago and Vancouver is very similar. It's just Vancouver doesn't have affordable housing. No, Soulcatcher, that's true. That I'll actually. It's not Chicago. It's the state of Illinois. There are places outside of Illinois that isn't Cook County.
Not that you would know that unless you've actually been there. They have corn. But yeah, no, I can respect Chicago for protecting human and trans rights. Well, so I learned this great thing about a year ago that there's an entire scale of money laundering called the Vancouver scale because of the sheer amount of money laundering. In some ways, I feel... Oh. What? Can't find output from Flex, giving up. I think I broke it, chat. Yep, I made it worse. LD library path. Tools, libint. So, wait, you have your library. Why can't you... System can't load image. What? I'm deeply confused. I had to install lib international for why does it say that's a POSIX executable? That's like, that's not right. Okay, so no, the other ones come out the same way. So, but it doesn't tell me why it can't load it. The fuck? Like, I'm legitimately having a WTF moment. Because that makes no sense. That legitimately makes no sense to me. That should not be a problem. Flex. Not flex. Yeah, let me rerun. Okay, so it opens, open returns free. Read, and then it gets bad file descriptor. I am completely at a loss at what is broken here. No, I kid you not. I don't actually know what's going on. Because this worked when building GCC, and it had to work. It says error in loading the shared library. System can't load image. Well, this is cursed. Okay, hold on. Can flex... Yeah, I can disable NIS. And that is what we will do, so it doesn't have to use getText.
shouldn't be disk space. I have 114 gigs free, and I'm assuming I have plenty free on the host because I freed up a crap ton the other night. Yeah, I have 600 gigabytes free on the host system, so let's try that again. Of all the things to fucking die on, I die on Flex. We're just not going to build it with lib internationalization. The kernel doesn't require it. We don't require it. We're just gonna roll with this. I legitimately don't have an answer to that. I legitimately don't know what's wrong because I needed to install internationalization to make Sun RPC work, so maybe something got corrupted? I don't know. I do think the VM crashed at one point in the last few days, but I legitimately don't want to think about it because this is just going down the madness rabbit hole. Weird flex, but okay. Yeah, okay. You know, that's actually funny. That is actually legitimately funny. Okay, so that time it disabled the internationalization target, so that's good. But now we gotta wait for the flex config. This is still a lot better than building GCC. Like, what am I complaining about? What am I complaining about? GCC was miserable, sad, and sad. So, yeah, there's that. My brain is a potato. Just call me Mr. Potato. No, don't call me that because people might mistake me with the Prime Minister of Australia. Or at least one of the candidates for. The Chicago PSYOP is a piece of modern art, and I'm using art in the loosest possible term called the bean. It is one of the ugliest things I think known to mankind, and it's in the middle of Millennium Park. I first learned of its existence via the Dresden Files. Then I went and saw it in person, and I'm pretty sure it's meant as a psychological operation. I have no idea what happened with Linus and an unreleased GCC from Fedora 42. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure there was a loud rant on LKM about that. That sounds exactly how that story would end. Yeah, I should probably update. So yeah, the problem is if you paint the bean with Vanta Black, it'll ascend to its final form and the city of Chicago will disappear into a void. I mean, I guess that works. I normally run the test suites, but we're just kind of YOLOing it tonight. This feels like the mood. This feels like the mood for this project because even if there are test failures, there's not a lot I can do about them. So we are kind of just
YOLO it. See, I miss White Hots from Western New York, although I was never a big fan of garbage plates. Mac salad just is not my thing. What I miss most in Greece is proper bagels, though. You can't get them. I don't think I've ever seen... I mean, you probably could get them in Poland, but I have not seen a proper bagel in Europe as far as I can remember on any of my trips. Hey, Slayer level 46. That's a feeling. And there is a decent chance I also get... I'm only 3,000 experience away from the next range level, so that might be nice if I can get that. Yeah, I miss the bagels of New Jersey. I miss the bagels of New Jersey. Alright, so now we gotta get Flex done. Then we gotta make Bison go. Yeah, I live in Greece now. I'm still waiting for my immigration paperwork to go through, but I've got I've got temporary permission from the Greece government to stay for as long as I had. My case is pretty cut and dry, so it should be pretty straightforward. At some point, I'm going to go into the details of that story, but I'm not quite there yet. A lot happened in the last few months. See, I'm from New York originally, so New York style Montreal style bagels just feel like bread. But honestly, I would even take Montreal style bagels because I'm so bagel deprived. No, I don't miss prices in New Jersey, although I will say that when I spent about a year up in Canada, collectively, New Jersey was cheap in comparison. And then also, although I don't know what the price of eggs currently are in New Jersey, they're probably miserably high. Meanwhile, there are chickens here that lay fresh eggs every morning, so I don't pay a thing. Soul Catcher, unfortunately, I really don't. The way I did it is not going to be relevant to most people, to put it bluntly. The best thing I could say is if you're still in school, finish your degree and then use that to try and pivot your way out. Beyond that, most countries realistically don't have a lot of good immigration options. I was only able to move to Greece because it was not a one-man effort. I will put it like that. Like I said, I will at some point go into the details of that story, but I very much needed to... It's not trivial, I will say that. Yeah, I miss the food trucks, especially the ones in Jersey City. There was like 3 within walking distance that were open 24/7. Yes, believe it or not, I do have a life. Okay, Flex just finished building. Now, does it actually work? Yes, yes it does. Yeah, that is the easiest way. If you are descended from immigrants, even 2, sometimes 3 generations back, you may still be entitled to citizenship. In my particular case, I'm not directly eligible, but I have actually, but it may be a thing that happens in the future because my folks have been paying attention to what's happening in the US, although they were a little late to that party. Soul Catcher, that would actually be that would be the best way to do it if you can get an intercompany transfer, because basically without basically ties or other links to Europe, the only way you're going to do it is on a freelancer visa, which Germany, Greece, and a few other countries have. You have to be married to someone, or you have to have a job there. Also, I need to push enter again. I'm living here, Swordfish. It's that simple. Even if, regardless of the political situation, my goal is to build a life here in Greece. I don't know if I'll be here for the rest of my life. But, yeah, I closed the United States chapter of my life. It was long overdue. And I was fortunate to have circumstances line up that made it possible. Well, that's the problem with ISO enter keys. I really miss having just a normal return on this keyboard. I do have the my old keyboard here. I just haven't plugged it in, which probably do after the stream, because this one's kind of shite. It was the option that I had available to me. That's what it comes down to. Like I said, I will go into the story at some point. When I'm ready to write it, which I think at this point will be when I actually have formalized my landing permission, which at this point I have an interview with the Greek government that has to happen, and then after that happens, they'll make a determination, and I'll either I'll get a permanent residency card, or I'll be told to fuck off and leave. In this case, it's almost certainly not going to be an issue. So, but it is in the back of my mind. What's happening right now is we're currently building Bison. We need to build Bison to build the Linux kernel. So that's just building right now. There's nothing to do but sit here. So I'm just hunting dragons. 21 to go. The language learning is going slow, I'll be honest. I haven't had a lot of motivation to work on it. And I probably should be doing it while I'm doing these streams, but I legitimately cannot just be... yeah, I can't be asked. Yeah, I can definitely have visitors over. The details would have to be worked out. Yeah, I'd have to work out the details, but it's conceivable. Food here, I mean, it's not just the food, it's the quality of the everything. Partially because of EU standards, I think. But yeah, I've lost a fair bit of weight already just being here. It really is quite amazing. Gyros are delicious. Yay, I've only got 20 dragons left to slay, and this one dropped me a fish. Alright. right, so we're still waiting for this to configure. Honestly, I'd trade good food for good I prefer having good food to good internet because there's more than just being permanently online and glued to your chair. I realize the hypocrisy of that statement right after I said it, but it's still true. But I think a lot of why I've been hesitant to go into the details of the actual move is it deals with some personal stuff that is hard for me to talk about. It's not bad, but it's a part of my life that I've kept separate, and at some point I do want to talk about it and be able to talk about it on stream, especially for those who are looking to leave the United States or their own countries overall, because let's be honest, people say they want to leave or move to Canada or Mexico, blah, 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 all the time. The people who actually end up doing it is minuscule, and even those who do it oftentimes find that it's not what it's all out to be. Like, I had a fairly good idea of what I was jumping into getting here to Greece, and I've now been here for about 6 months. Yeah, the weather could be a little better, but I mean, it's definitely not bad. It's just, like I said, we're dealing with all natural Greek-made internet and everything that implies. Still waiting for this to configure. This is a long configure script. Plus side, at least I'm going to freaking hit 60 range. This has taken me a while. Yeah, Soulcatcher, you're basically describing the main reason. Earlier in my life, I had a residency visa for Mexico. I was planning to study there. My old man basically blew up in my face over it. He's from Cuba originally, and let's just say we had a major falling out over the whole thing. But that combined with it wasn't just the move to a foreign country and call it good, because I lived out of a backpack for years. You're giving up your entire support network for a different culture, a different life, and in most places, you deal with a lot of disadvantages being an immigrant. Now, in my case, I have a fairly good idea of what to expect. My father was an immigrant to the U.S., and I had nothing aside from my sister. There was nothing that I was truly going to. There was nothing I was leaving behind that I felt that was worth staying for. And while I don't know if I'll ever return to the U.S., I don't even know if I would go visit, to be honest. I have nothing but bad memories of that country. The only thing there that I kind of would miss is Alaska, because for better or worse, I left my heart up there. It's not just quality of life. The culture and stuff is a very regional thing. I don't know if she was in the north or the south, but yeah. Oh. The thing is that I lived all across the United States throughout my life. I lived out of a backpack for 5 years. And I'm estranged from both my parents. I have no fucking idea, considering we haven't even successfully built the Linux kernel. Yeah. Colorado is a pretty awesome place. It's one of the more liberal states in the union, although it does tend to be a purple state when it votes. I would have lived in Colorado if I ever had a reason to live in Colorado, or Denver if I ever had a reason to live in Colorado. Wow, it is still configured. I think this is the longest configure script we've actually run. Yeah, I mean, you also then encounter stuff like, I don't want to generalize in the US, but different areas of the US have different cultural norms. What you experience in Alaska is different than what you'll experience in Colorado, Chicago, or New York. Like, my biggest impression, and this is me being a New York native, is that everything in New York, the term a New York minute is a thing. Because everyone is in a rush, going somewhere, doing something. It's like personality and soul left the city of New York a long time ago. Or so it feels to me. God, this is still configuring. Yep, still configuring. I can't believe it's not configuring. I can understand why people would want to live in New York City. I've spent enough time living outside of the city that I can appreciate the things I miss. I mean, that was me in Alaska. I have no ties to Alaska. It was always just the place on a map that I wanted to go, and I went there and I fell in love with it. All things being equal, I would go back to Alaska, but it would require a lot of things to change to make that happen. Yeah, I remember the thing that killed me about Anchorage is that the cost of living was comparable to New York, which really fucking sucked. The biggest problem is that nothing is made in Alaska, not even gas. Everything gets shipped down as raw resource to the lower 48, and then we have to pay to import it back into Alaska. It's essentially a colonial economy without being a colony. Or I should say, technically colonial. Although, strictly speaking, I mean, there are other historical times like that. I wonder if I'll finish the Slayer task before this is ready to start building the kernel. Wait for that blue dragon to respawn. Migri, it's mostly because it's a challenge. No special purpose, just kind of want to do it. But why else? You know, it's like people that do insane Minecraft challenges. Okay, fine, this is almost fucking done. I've always wanted to visit Russia. I have a promise to a friend to go, although as things stand politically, it's not going to happen anytime soon, but I do hope to fulfill that promise at some point. Yeah, I've had my passport for almost all of my adult life. So, but like I said, part of what made it easier for me is I spent literal years living out of a backpack and traveling the world that way. Like, I've been to 50-something countries. And when you spend months on the road like that, sometimes year, well, it was never a year consecutively, but there were very long stretches where I'd only be back in quote-unquote home, for want of a better term, because, you know, I really realized in the last few years is I haven't had a good home since I was 16. I've always moved every few years. Yeah, I mean, we are in the end game. We're just waiting for, I think we're building Bison right now. Once Bison is done, then it is we try and run the def config target on the kernel. And if that works, we try and build the kernel. It was raining earlier. It stopped like an hour ago. Crete. I can read that. I'm sorry. Wow, I just zoned out there for a bit. Yay, I'm about to hit 60 range. That is going to be quite a feeling. All right. When I hit 60 range, which will probably be 1 to 2 dragons from now, I'm going to just take a brief break. The assembler is from 2002. I'm surprised it's actually working as well as it is. Well, in my case, I did find what I was looking for by leaving. Not everyone likes where they come from. I don't soul catcher. But, I mean, in my case, I lost my home due to things that were beyond my control. I was not even there when it happened. Hey, 60 ranged. Which means I can now wear red D-hide should I go buy some from the GE. Yeah, okay, it's doing make install now. Alright, I'm going to step away from keyboard while it's doing that. I'm back. Like I said, I've always wanted to visit Russia. I have a close friend of mine who is Russian, and I have a promise with her to go visit her family's grave. Unfortunately, said grave is near Vladivostok, A, and B, Russia is not exactly friendly to Westerners right now, so that one's not going to happen anytime soon. That was a couple of mistakes ago, but we just finished Bison, so I'm pretty sure we're about to... I think we're ready to start the main event. You know, I should have just run history instead of just tapping the up key a lot of times, but I want to make sure my keyboard knows I appreciate it. All right, let's see if we can start cooking a Linux kernel. No, the game that I'm playing is just old school RuneScape in the corner. All right, let's see. Oh, you are effing kidding me. That problem again? All right, we got to do a little bit more patching. At least this one I know exactly what the problem is. Oh, don't tell me Bison generated that code. Oh, Bison might have generated that code. Stir to ULL. Because if Bison generated that, that would be kind of bad. Why can't... What is it... Hold on. I am currently waiting to see if this actually does it. I mean, it tried to link, which is a good sign. Why is this? No, it doesn't, unfortunately. It's a very old C library. And not one of a whole lots of bells and whistles. That's been kind of a recurring problem all along. Like I said, we just have to get through the host utility stuff. It shouldn't theoretically matter, although, like I said, I am trying to build... Okay, so... I don't even know what that one does. What does that function do? Stir and dupe. Returns a duplicate string of... Alright. This is not the right way to do this, but I'm going to hope that this code isn't completely stupid. Yeah, it's just a check stir dupe. It also adds the null. That's the one reason I'm a little concerned it might go kaflooey, but it'll be pretty obvious if that's where it goes kaflooey. Oh, yeah. Yep, you're completely right. I did miss that. This isn't intended to be smart or intelligent. It's just intended to make an interesting YouTube video. It's not even the difficulty of the visa right now. It's the little state of war that exists with Russia and in Ukraine and the effective proxy. Crap. Hold on. I think I have to set sh equal bash. Oh, it's doing something. Okay. Oh wait, isn't it Arch AMD 64? No, that is correct. Why is it not happy? Hold on, I need verbose output. 'Cause I am not sure what it's trying to run. It's obviously trying to do something with the system sh, which is corn shell 88, which obviously isn't going to fly. But I have to figure out where I have to actually make the edit to make this work. Scripts config. Why is it trying... It looks like it's trying to run something as a shell script. I just don't see what it's trying to run as a shell script. Actually, you know what? Here's an idea. Why don't we try running this command directly and see what happens? Okay, so that actually tried to so it definitely starts reading like the everything, but I don't know why it starts. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's trying to run something through a shell script, but I don't see what it is potentially trying to run through a shell script. Yeah, that's not a shell script. Oh, Lord. Yeah, okay, that's a bit of a problem. Because there's no... Yeah, there's no possible way that... Okay. I really don't like doing this. Okay, I have to close all the shell windows. And then I have to hope I can change... I might have to actually boot into safe mode to do this. Alright, SH. Go away. Okay, it did let me delete it. So now we need to go to opt, tools, bin, bash. Plunk you here, copy you there, rename you. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see if that makes the problem go away. Oh, really? It didn't save my fucking history? Thanks. Alright, let's see if that made the problem go away. Yeah, no, I'll close RuneScape out because now I need to pay attention. Well, that didn't solve the problem. Alright, so that works. So the question now becomes... if I want to print out what it's doing, is it... not dash n. The thing is, I know that by... I wonder if that dupe thing actually mattered. It might have. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't fix the problem. So it does look like it calls like a bunch of shell crap, but I'm not sure where it ends up or what it ends up doing with said shell crap. I think I'm going to... I did trust it earlier. I think I need to trust it again. I need to figure out what... I need to understand what this is actually doing. Preprocess. Do shell. So it P opens the command line. F read gets rid of the trailing command line. Okay, no, okay. So it calls extra dupe. So that's close to the function we're touching. Yeah, you know what? That would do it. Hold on. I think I know what the problem is. Stir and dupe. So you duplicate the string. I probably should implement this, like, you know, properly. But let me just see if that does anything. Chat, that was the problem, it looks like. Yeah, that actually looks like that was the problem, because it's not erroring out anymore. Configuration written to .configure. Chat, I think we're in business. I legitimately think we're in business. Assuming it finishes anytime soon. Yeah, let's see if we actually have a valid configuration file in there. Chat, that's a valid configuration file. That's a valid configuration file. I think it's cross-compiler, x86, 64. I can't remember if it's cross-compile or cross-compile. I'll know in about 3 seconds if this is the right one. Well, there are ways you could make it work on Windows 95. Let me put it like that. I can't remember if it's cross-compile or cross-compiler. No, it's cross-compile. It's not cross-compiler. Push button, make it go. Let's see. Let's see if we oh, actually, you know what? Make it go fast. The dash is at the end. Yeah, that is correct. Because it's the prefix of the cross compiler. Yeah, you know, I can put time on it. But this is going to take a while. I'm not convinced that this is going to finish quickly or reasonably. Oh god, you know what? It might be going through all the all the. Yeah, Gmake's memory usage is going up. We're just gonna have to see if it starts going. It is thinking about it really, really hard. I saw GCC running for a second.
What is it doing? Oh, it lives. It lives. Oh, yeah, you know, that's fine. I can just hold down enter. It, I guess the def config it didn't like. God, that is cursed to see that on Windows. Like, that's make config. I mean, if I ran make menu config, I don't think I have ncurses installed. I don't know why it's asking stuff. It seems a bit strange to me. Although, the fact that it asked for stack protector, maybe I should have said no on that one. Oh. What the hell does that mean? Oh, I had to change my config option. Okay, hold on. I gotta turn a config option off for this. This needs to be set to no. Then we need to run silent old config to regenerate the config file. That deals with speculative branching. It's an optional. Chat, we might run into the VOD limit. Yeah, that's exactly it. But let's be honest, we're not exactly going for security on this one, chat, except for insanity. God, the fact that it's actually running kconfig is surreal. Like, seeing this running as a native Windows application, because that's what it is. Okay. Let me look at .config and see if it's... What was the name of that option? Alright, it's not set. Igor, flip the switch! I mean, we could be on Itanium. We'd be able to work out with it. Oh, I'm gonna go step against a little fresh air because this is. When I come back, it's going to be building. Well, it started. It started. Okay, I gotta find another kernel. I gotta go find this dependency. Chat, we are limping towards the start, the build. We are legitimately limping towards it. Okay, I just gotta find this dependency. It's called elf tools, elf utilities. Let me just download it. Let me download it. And really hope that this builds. Oh God, this is painful. It's like, and it took 4 minutes to decide that. All right, can I download this file, please? Hold on, it's... Oh, don't tell me I have to pull a Git repo. No, don't make me do that. Don't make me do that. I have to be able to find this in binary form somewhere. Okay, I'm just going to grab an older version of this library. Not that this library has ever been meant to be built anywhere but probably a Linux system. Okay, elf utilities. Oh fuck, it is a large package. It's 6 megabytes of compressed source code. I need to decompress this because I don't have bzip in the VM. It's still downloading. Okay, downloads. I mean, we're almost there. Chat, we're going to run into the VOD time limit. I might have to actually shut down and restart the stream. I really want to fucking see this go. Like, we are so close. Where did it save that to? Alright, fine. I'm just going to push D to source. Please do not be horrible to compile. Please don't be horrible to compile. Please don't be horrible to compile. Please don't be horrible to compile. The fact that it's very large is a little concerning. Although I think it's mostly just test code. Okay, it's just a configure script. Prefix op tools. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to put it there because GCC, it might not even find it there. So I'm going to put it in user local. Not where I really want to put it, but the kernel make system is not very flexible. Please don't be horrible. Please don't be horrible. Please don't be horrible. I'm literally just sitting here praying that this is just going to build.
Oh no. I don't have dash dash Fred. Oh, that's a problem. That's a real problem. I can't fix that one. I did not come this far just to fail. If I don't have dash dash Fred, though, I am kind of fucked. Is there a way I can work around this problem? What's script blue? Oh yeah, great. I also didn't keep my terminal output because shenanigans. Oh, also that apparently doesn't go higher than 100. Okay. I did not come this far just to fail here. I gotta rerun this because I need to see what command it actually ran. Oh, I did not come this far. I did not come this far to fail here. F that noise. I gotta wait for this to run again because I actually need to see the part it went. No, that looked like it was a hard dependency. Let me open a new terminal. We might be able to get away with it if I... Yeah, we might be able to get away with this. Cross-compile. Error cannot generate... Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I can turn off that option. Unwinder CRC. We are really limping towards the finish line. I'm writing that in my notes. Okay, fine. Use frame pointer. Okay, this feels like appropriate music. The practical use of this is I hope to make a YouTube video that goes viral. Although I doubt it'll get more than like 2,000 views, 20,000 views. Please work. Extreme pedaling begin. The anticipation is fucking killing me. It legitimately is fucking killing me. 9 hours. 3 hours to go until VOD time is over. Is at maximum. Come on. Come on. Can't use stack validation. That's fine. Although it says it's warning. Is it actually going to start building? I hear fans spinning up. I do hear fans. I do hear... My desktop is spinning up all its fans. Like, is it actually doing something? Oh, yeah, no, it's doing something. It's using all 6... Or host CCC is going. Okay, no, that one I know what that problem is. That one's an easy one to fix. That's an easy one to fix. Come on! Stay on target. Stay on target. Yeah, you know, you're right. It would help if I gave it the right version flag. Yeah, views are up. But will the build go? I am sitting here in actual anticipation. It feels like we're right on the precipice of actually seeing this do something. It's thinking about it. Oh. Oh. That's fine. That's just a warning. That's the fan speeding up. Oh, hold on. Did I get the command wrong? Oh, yeah, hold on. It's tools include. I've had this problem before, so this one I know how to fix. I like how it says syst 8 minutes, real 1. It's, time on this system is an interesting concept. Stay on target. God, this feels like the trench run scene from, except the Death Star isn't coming to blow up Endor. It's the VOD watch time, the max VOD time, because I don't know how long this is going to take to build, if it starts building. I probably should turn off that option that keeps telling me that it needs to be set. Actually, you know what? I am going to do that. I am actually going to do that. Hold on. Which option is it complaining about? Can't use stack validation. Well, so far it hasn't actually started building. We're going to find out. I'm literally filling with a key in my pocket. Like, my anxiety and anticipation are 9 out of 9. Okay. Fire in the hole. For where we're going, there is no validation. We have left the land. We've landed the land of all that is good and holy, and we are in the land of XP. Come on. Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. I can deal with hanging parallel jobs. Oh, it's doing a thing. My CPU fans have just gone up to full speed. Yeah, it's using all, it's literally maxed out. It's going. It's still building the host tools. I just build a CC. Oh shit, it failed. It failed. It fell over. Hold on. I saw multiple failures. Classmap.h not found. So SE Linux is broken. Well, no surprise there. And I think BC was broken. Classmap.h. Oh, crap. Okay. It's almost there. I have that feeling that, yeah, it tried to do stuff with BC and failed. That's unfortunate. What else did it actually die with? It did actually start the build, though. So what is classmap.h? Scripts, SE Linux, Fatal... Okay, so it looks like it's an internal... I think the answer is we turn off SE Linux. Alright, SE Linux is off. We need to sync config. Yeah, I think we might have to build a new BC. Alright. I will go grab a new BC while this goes. I don't think it's going to be a fatal without it, but I think it's something we're probably going to want. There hasn't been a lot of releases of BC over the years. Yeah, no, there's definitely not been a lot of releases of BC over the years. Alright, I think we're just going to have to grab a new BC. Do I try it now, or do I try building a new BC? Yeah, I think I need to build a new BC. Fortunately, there isn't a whole lot in BC, so this should be fast. SE Linux, yeah, we literally got foiled by a calculator. We need better math support. Oh, yeah, I probably need to. I don't want to run Mr. Proper, but I should alias it. Like I said, I should. There's no real reason not to do it. It's mandatory access controls. We're just going to hope that our math is close enough to correct. We don't need to be an A+ student. We're kind of a C grade is good enough for this. And actually, while that is going, I will actually do a clean. Like I said, we're not looking for a high grade, we're looking for a pass. It's still running make. I'm really hoping that clean doesn't take too long. We only have 2 terminals open. I have that feeling it's like going full out. Why is it running CC1? Also, I have a random Perl running. We're waiting for clean to actually run. God, the anticipation is fucking brutal. I don't know how long this is going to take. That's what kind of scares me. Like, presumably it would finish. Let me look with Process Manager just to see what it's actually doing. Oh god, it's running every fucking make file. It's running all the make files. It's not BC, it's the kernel clean script running. Yeah, it is literally running... It is literally going through all the freaking modules to run their... Yeah, this is going to take a few minutes. Yeah, the kernel is not small. It's kind of the opposite of small. It's like, what, 60 megabytes compressed? I still think it's going to be faster than GCC, weirdly enough. Yeah, look, it's already in the file systems. It's almost done. It's almost done. Yeah, it's already in FS's. Which means it's already gone through Arch, it's already gone through drivers. Can I just set this to auto scroll? Yes, I can. Alright, so let's see where it is now. Yeah, so I just cleaned NFS. I'm pretty sure this will succeed because I was able to run MR proper on it. Which I believe is make release proper. Or maybe it's Mr. Proper. Who knows? So I'm pretty sure it will run the clean target all the way through. I kind of threw out the LLS book because it's not relevant for most of this. Yeah, I should actually check if BC supports quiet. Okay, cool. We have improved our maths. So what's it doing now? It's now in the kernel folder. Tis slow. Like, I don't know what I was expecting. Yes, we've installed a faster FPU that can conceivably do maths. There are computer platforms that do have -0 and 0, and they don't necessarily equal each other. That is a thing that can exist. Oh, like I said, math is hard. God, it's scrolling so fast I can't even tell where it is in the cleaning process. Let's turn off auto scroll. Okay, so where is it? Okay, it's in the net folder. So we're not quite at getting it to work. We're more at the we're more trying to push it up the hill. We'll see. We've almost got the engine is turning over, but it's not quite starting. Yeah, it's in the net folder. So it's in the latter half of it. Because it basically goes in alphabetical order. So it should basically be almost ready for me to try again. Yeah, the thing is that the boulder at least comes with debug messages on why you can't push it up the hill. Okay, I think process modder is struggling a little bit. I'm going to turn off capture. Yeah, it definitely feels like it's struggling a little bit. Well, yeah, no, it's cleaning. It is, in fact, cleaning. It's cleaning deeper. All right, what's it cleaning now? Hopefully it's not, like, cleaning the everything all over again. Oh god, it does actually look like it's iterating through every single fucking file. Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. I'm going to hit Control-C here. I think it's clean enough. It doesn't need to be deep cleaned. I don't need to spend the extra bits at the car wash. Push the button! The specs of this machine doesn't matter. For where we are going, there is no God. Or as they say, I don't need instructions to know how to rock. Oh god, building the Linux kernel on a VAX. Okay, I'm just gonna sit and rock in the chair back and forth for a bit. Alright, we should hear all the fans kick on in a moment. Wax on, wax off, more like vax on, vax off. It's legitimately thinking. In a moment, it's going. All the fans are going to kick on, and then it's going to start building. All right, I think I need to change the status to current status. Attempting to start kernel build. This took a few minutes the first time, and it has done a clean. Wasn't a deep clean, but it was a clean. All right, best of luck, Matt Tremel. Come on. Go. Go. I still haven't heard the fans kick on, and the CPU usage is still at 20. It took about 2 minutes the first time from like a clean build. Let me look at processes and see what it's actually doing. Yeah, it did this the first time. So, fingers crossed. Come on. Go! This is like you're sitting at a stoplight and you just want it to change and you're just being incredibly more and more frustrated as the light refuses to listen to your earthly demands and will just change when it decides to. Oh, those are fans turning on. That's CPU usage going up. This is actually painful at this point. I don't have an ETA. That's the thing. I assume that if it would build probably about 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, at 325. Page file usage is up to 1 gig, but I don't think that matters much of anything. Go, baby, go, baby, go. It's 1 in the morning here, my God. I probably should set v equals 1 so we can actually like see fucking kernel output. What else? What is it currently doing? No, I don't think it's broken. Oh, you mean in terms of security vulnerabilities? Yeah, no, that's fair. That's legitimately fair. I'm sitting here clicking... Oh, I didn't realize if you clicked it like that, it did that. All right, you know what? We'll just stick that in the corner. Oh, it's up to 50%. Oh, chat. Hey, the fans are revving up. I think it's about to, hey, there we go. Host CC. The rocket ship has been started. Once I start seeing lines of CC, I know it's actually going to go. It's the final countdown. No, 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 no. Oh, I gotta be careful because content ID. That would be the stupidest reason to get content ID'd. Yeah, I actually hear all the system fans now starting to rev up all the way. I'm pretty sure it's about to start. Yeah, believe it or not, it will in fact catch that. So no, I'm not going to sing. I think the fuel pumps are still going. The bar keeps going up. It's like the line go up. And just like the stock market, it will end with a sudden crash. I'm assuming the fact is that it's now using 70% of the CPU, so I don't know what it's doing. Oh, 87. Oh, 19. It really, really wants to take off. VM configuration is Hyper-V first generation, 4 gigs of RAM, 32-bit Windows XP. Yeah, it is basically spin looping. The first time we ran the build script, it did take quite a long time to start doing anything. But we've seen it also run fixed dep before, so we'll see how far it actually gets. Oh, you know what? I should turn off process monitor. That's going to make it go slower. Let's take the brake off. I had the silly thing in reverse. I assume it fixes the dependency tree. Oh, yeah. Look, chat. We're at 100%. It's at full power. It's at literal full power. Oh! It's calling the host linker. Oh, I saw a build failure. I saw a failure. Crap. Houston, we have a problem. Oh, it made a serious effort to go. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. It died again with another internal error. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Alright, I have to fix some of these host tools. Yeah, it failed building several of the host tools. Okay, so sys exits, that doesn't sound like something my system would have. Exit code for... Okay. Well, that seems easy enough to provide. Okay, so sys exits. Let me open new terminal window. So CLF user include. So anything in here we actually care about? Okay, no, I can just copy this file straight over. So that one is easy enough. 6 exits. What was the other one it cared? Oh, the other one was a get opt. Sort extendable, so we have to fix that one. What happened to Notepad++? Oh, that's easy enough. So we fixed that one. And so it's the sort table one that it needs to care about. So we go up a folder, go up a folder. So it's in scripts. Which one's the C file? Go. Oh, the fact that it was still waiting for an unfinished job was a little bit concerning. Like, yeah, that's actually a lot concerning. I don't think I can tell it to build all the stuff in the scripts folder. I don't think that I can try. I don't think that's going to do anything, though. Well, actually, it is. Actually, it is doing stuff. It's calling GCC. It's interesting that it calls GCC just basically as is. Okay, hold on. That actually did do something. So it built all of them except... It built all of them except mod post. Okay, so what that means we need to do is stir dupe. really should probably get a proper implementation of this, but yeah, nah. It's definitely not the right way to fix that, but it is a way to fix that. Oh God, I just saw something. Fatal error, OpenSSL BIO. Please don't make me compile OpenSSL. Please don't fucking make me compile OpenSSL. You're gonna fucking make me build OpenSSL, aren't you? Are you fucking kidding me? Do I... No, I don't want... I really don't want to compile OpenSSL. Please. That would be cruel. Oh, I think I might actually... Yeah, I saw that one. And, I don't want to compile OpenSSL. Yeah, I don't want to compile OpenSSL. Let me see if extract script is tied to anything. It is. Oh. And I can't disable it. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Trusted key ring. I can turn that one off. I can turn that one off. Trusted keyring. So module sig, trusted keyring. I'm assuming module sig then. Not set. Trusted keyring can go away. Oh, yeah, you're right. Good catch. Good catch on that. Thank you, Milo's says. I don't know how you say that. I am legitimately... Alright, hold on. Let me make sure the third option is also not needed. That is system extra config certificate. Nope, that's not set. So, as soon as it syncs config... probably not, because I this is already starting to, like, hurt my soul. Milosh. Milosh. Thank you. That is absolutely an effing win. If I have to build OpenSSL, I will build OpenSSL. I just really don't want to do it. There's a pretty good chance OpenSSL will just build. I mean, the fucking thing supports Big ND and x86.
plus 1. Oh, you're right. It should be P plus 1. Well, I guess it'd be Sterling minus 1 in that particular case. So what did it try and build? So it built mod post. It still tried to make extract search. I disabled this one. I think I gotta turn off the entire kernel crypto system. Yeah, I think I actually do. I think kernel crypto has to go away. Kernel crypto, you go away. Nope. Minus 2 plus 1. Hold on. I did this right in the other file. How did I do it there? Yeah, I don't actually like white backgrounds. And then I think, yeah, this would have to be minus 1, actually. Alright. So we've now turned off cryptology. Line 802 is correct. 800, 801. Okay. So yeah, we now have that correct because I've changed that from minus 2 to minus 1. So we now wait for the scripts to build. I value already disabled signatures. Of course not. That did build mod post. It's still... I think I have to just build OpenSSL. Fuck it. What version of OpenSSL do you actually need? Alright, so it just says I need it. It doesn't tell me what version I need. Fine. Alright, let's be like that. Alright, fuck it. I will build OpenSSL. How bad could it be? This is probably going to be pretty bad. I need legacy versions, probably. For when did this kernel come out? I probably need
I don't know if I need 3.0. Yeah, I think 3.0 is probably what I actually need. Maybe 3.1, but this is probably good enough. I also probably need libcrypt, but one thing at a time. Kernel org says 1.0. I probably need to build the whole damn thing. I'm going to build 3.0. I know for a fact that OpenSSL source code is... It works on a lot of very old compilers, so there is actually a decent chance that this just kind of, you know, works. I did copy that, right? Like, I didn't just imagine copying that. No, it's, I've got a moving dialog here telling me that it's calculating the move. Hey, you. Thank you for your, the super chat, and also thank you for the first super chat. That took a really long time to move. It's almost like my computer's trying to protect me. Chat, I think I'm reaching a hard stop. I really hope this has a configure script. No, it doesn't, but it doesn't look terrible. I mean, it's almost there. I literally feel like I'm rolling the boulder up the hill. We're building OpenSSL right now because, reasons. Well, no, it's extracting OpenSSL. We're not even building it just yet because, you know, reasons. Are you fucking kidding me? No, I gotta upgrade Karl. Help. This is fine. I'm okay. I'm okay. Perl source code. I'll build 5.20 because... Or, you know what, 5.22 because I don't have to repack the damn thing. I'm okay. I'm okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. The streamer broke. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. No, because to give you an idea of the versions of Perl we're dealing with, Perl 10 went end of life in 2009. Perl 6 went end of life in 2003. I'm good. This is fine. I'm okay. And other lies I tell the small children. I mean... I'm okay. This is fine. This is your host and commander. I think I'm just kind of rocking back and forth in my chair. The Pearl Demon can't hurt me. It's not real. The Pearl Demon can't. I've built Pearl from source several times. It shouldn't be bad. I almost believe that lie. It's okay. I think I'm going to go... I think once the build starts, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to enjoy some fresh air. I probably should run make test. You know what? I'm going to let democracy side this one. I want to run Perl test suite. Because I don't think we're going to actually build the kernel tonight. I don't think we're actually going to get that far. I'm going to... We have to kill it at the 12-hour mark. Yeah, so Water Perl, the kernel requires OpenSSL to build, and OpenSSL requires a Perl newer than 2003. Literally. The streamer's having a moment. The streamer's having a very bad moment. The streamer's going to compile Perl... What does democracy say about running... Oh god, democracy says I should run the test suite. Okay, I pushed the button. Chat. Perl tapped out. Perl tapped out. Wait. That's not... Did I lose dev null? Oh god, I think I lost dev null at some point. Hold on. What the fuck? Yeah, I think I lost dev null. No, yeah. That's actually a file. How do I get dev null back? I've lost dev null. I think I have to reinstall services for Unix. I believe that is the only way I get dev null back. No, I lost dev null. I don't know when I lost it. Yeah, that's kind of bad. Let me see if... Yeah, no, I don't have dev null. Do you have a dev... Do we have a dev null on the CD? I'm assuming I just have to do a repair. This does not populate on reboot. I think I just gotta do a repair. Yeah, you know what? I think I should back up everything. I think I should take a snapshot of the VM, to be perfectly honest. Let me just look on the CD and see if I can find something that actually helps me. There is a Perl there. Yeah, I'm going. You know what? You're complete. Chad is completely right. I'm going. Let me shut the VM down. Hold on. Before I actually shut the VM down, pop D. I want to save the kernel build command. The problem is I don't know the device minor, the minor major to do that. If I knew the things required to do the things, sorry, I think I've kind of, I'm currently going off to Happy Funtime Land. Yeah, like if I knew what the dev entries were for dev null, I could make it with make null. Unless I just copy 0 there, but no, I had dev null at one point. Apparently I accidentally deleted it, which has implications I don't really want to think about. Alright, let me save this. Bash history. I'm going to exit that one first. Exit this one. Exit that one. I'm going to shut the VM down. And we are going to back it up. Alright, remote desktop connection. I need the Hyper-V panel. I'm okay, Chad. I might be having a slight mental breakdown right now. All right. Turn off. Turn off. Debian's 9 is open so I could do some testing of things. I am going to snapshot the VM. Chat was really good about telling me to do that. Good chat.
Happy chat. Have a treat, chat. As soon as it's shut down, I'm going to checkpoint it. See, the thing is, in 2003, Dev was not an automatic populating file system. That came with UDev, which was a few years later. Like, that wasn't a thing yet, even on Linux. I'm okay. I'm okay. This is fine. Okay. We are down. Checkpoint. So it's made a checkpoint. Rename SFU before repair SFU for dev null. Okay, we've got the checkpoint. Let's turn it back on. Yeah, you could delete dev null and Woody. Hell, you can still do it on modern systems. It will actually go away. But the fact that it is a package config file kind of makes me wonder what the hell happened to it. And I hope that it comes back. I will check before I do a repair that it is still gone. Maybe the magical fairy will have restored my dev null. Nope, I have no dev null. This is fine. Yeah, I would say it's a bad idea to do it. Okay, do repair. The problem is I don't know the major minor number of the null device. That's a system specific thing. I'm assuming it's doing a thing. I'm assuming its build script requires it for shenanigans. Okay, so we're now currently hourglassing. And not responding. It'll hopefully come back soon. There it goes. Well, the thing is, if we lost dev null somewhere along the way, what the else did we lose? Granted, I have never seen dev null get deleted before, so, I'm going to step away from keyboard, because I think I need to get some fresh air. This went from, we're almost there, to, oh my god, I have to compile Perl. Yeah, I'm just going to step away from keyboard.
It's still validating. I went outside. I looked outside, and I'm evaluating my life decisions right now. I am literally sitting here evaluating my life decisions. I'm okay. This is fine. I'm alright. I'm going to sit in my chair right now, and I'm just going to think. It says that kernel past 4.3 requires it. If I have to build kernel 3.19, so be it. There's a part of me that wants to throw a shoe. I think I broke. Yeah, I think I broke. I just sent out an ends life ping in Discord. I really hope we have a null device when this is done. I really wonder what happened to the last one. Streamer's having a slight mental breakdown. This is fine. They're just kind of rocking back in their chair. I wonder how far long ago it broke. Yeah, I probably have to reapply the patches. That's easy enough. I just need to do the roll-up patch. I don't think I need all of them. It's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. It became the output of a script that said package config wasn't installed. That's all I know. I'm literally just sitting here staring into space. Yeah. I mean, BSN, it probably was a race condition. And it was a regular file. That's the problem. I mean, I could just copy 0 to it, but the fact is, how did it get deleted? When did it get deleted? We're not going to finish this tonight. I know that. When I get OpenSSL built, Yeah, yeah. Everything is fine. Everything is copacetic. If dev null doesn't work, that's another big problem. Maybe dev 0 works? Subsystem for Unix applications. It's the Windows 7 version of this. Yeah, the kernel is the core of an operating system. So we're just gonna sit here, and there is make node, but I don't know the in node numbers to fix it. And if I've lost dev null, I've probably lost more things than that. Null both does and does not exist. Also, I probably lost bash as bin sh. I'm okay. This is fine. I have not come this far just because I lost a null device. I should change the status. But you know what? Dev null has gone, fuck this shit, I'm out. Yeah, I'm changing the bot status. Dev null has disappeared. I did take a snapshot of it right before I did the repair. So we do have a snapshot. I'm good. We're good. In a world without null, one man tries to build Linux. How the hell did I lose dev null? Alright, it's updating security info. The question is, do I have a dev null file? I don't know. I'm not sure I care. I'm just going to do the repair and I'm going to call it good. Because if I start making random dev nodes, I'll somehow lose the whole hard drive. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. I should probably tap out soon. I will build Perl, and then I will build OpenSSL, and then I will see if the kernel compile actually starts. And if the kernel compile actually starts, I will call it there. If not, I will sit in the corner and kind of cry. I'm going to load the RuneScape on the other window because I think at this point I'm just going to... I need to go to my happy place. My happy place has a working dev null on it. It has an up-to-date Perl. Yeah, I'm just going to open up RuneScape. This is going to be fine. This is completely fine. Okay, it's doing the update thing. I mean, Alright, so now it's removing backup files. I'm pretty sure this one's the service rollup. Trying to figure out which one is like the one that has all the updates. One of these is like a rollup for all of them. I mean, the FU sounds about right, real tech. That's kind of how I feel right now. Okay, I only have 8 dragons to go before I finish this this task. It might be nice to finish this task. This is a nice simple world where everything works as you expect it. Alright, let me high alch the steel battle axe. I'm gonna just open the shell. Do we have a dev null? No. Okay. I can do the next best thing. I probably should wait for this to finish on the offhand chance dev null comes back. But I don't know what to make of this. Dev null is supposed to be there by POSIX standards. It literally is supposed to be there. So I don't know what happened to it. WaterPair, if you're on subsystem for Unix applications, can you tell me the major and minor number of your null device? Because maybe I can try and just make it. I mean, they built Perl. It should be there. Yeah, someone jacked the bit bin. I could check the man page. Oh yeah, look, it is actually there. It is actually fucking there. I didn't actually need to do the thing. I probably I'm at the state where I'm kind of crying in the corner is actually where the state is. Let me turn the font like up. I think it was on 28 before. Modify shortcut. Yeah, the man page is actually useful. I'm going to let it do this. I might have to roll it back. I'm going to let it do the repair. I don't want to reboot yet because I want to apply patches. I'm pretty sure that's the one that has all the rollout. Yeah, I could roll it back to the snapshot. I'm just going to kind of roll with this. I'm just going to roll with this. This is fine. If I have to roll it back, I will roll it back if like something seriously broke. But I was pretty careful not to touch the interix files, so I think we're okay. I have edited videos for members. I'm going to release a full video on this once it's done. Okay, it's booted up. Let me wait for remote desktop connection to come. Well, I may not need that fixed because it turns out there was something else broken. No, IDs are a system-specific thing. So let me open remote desktop. Wait for it to connect. Still waiting for it to connect. Go for the pipe squeeze in RuneScape. Everything is fine. I'm in my happy place. I've only got to kill 6 more dragons to finish this Slayer task. I think I need to make this bigger. I think I did actually have it set to 36. Modify the shortcut. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, well, bash works. So do I still not have a null device? Oh, no, I do have a null device. Okay, look, chat, it came back. The null device came back. All right, let me read something into the null device and see if it actually fucking, like, works. Why can't I use the null device? So I can write to that. Okay, hold on. Change mode. Group, all. It would need to be 666 null. I have a null device! Okay. That's fine. This is fine. It works. It's okay. I'm good. We lost dev null, and now we're nulling. Yeah, that's a mood. That's legitimately the mood right now. Yep. I see you're using the core and shell. Some KSHs blow up unconfigure. That's exactly what happened. Alright, let me replace that with bash. Well, actually, we have the old one right there, so I can just get rid of it.
Are you fucking kidding me? Why can't I do this? I was able to do it before. Kill cron, kill... Are you... So you let me delete SH, but you're not letting me put a new file there. And you let me do this before. Yeah, let me find... Yeah, that's actually a good way to do it. Process Explorer. Let me see if I can figure out who's holding onto SH. Yeah, shit got more cursed. I mean, I have an SH here. I also have the previous SH there. Fine, okay. Am I... If I log in here... You know what? I'm just going to boot into safe mode and do it. I'm just going into safe mode. I am taking no more chances because I am starting to lose my... I'm not going to finish this today. Despite my best efforts, we are not going to finish this today. I know I wasn't in safe mode, but I'm not taking any chances. I know I wasn't. Alright, I'm going to even log in as flipping administrator. Like, I am taking no prisoners on this one. How the hell did I do it the first time? I mean, how was I able to delete it? Why can't I create a new one? Security. Special permissions. Okay, advanced. Full control, read, execute. Full control administrator. So I have full control. Can I create a different file then? Alright, you know what? Fuck this shit. I actually... I'm gonna roll back to... Okay, I need to force turn you off. Failed to stop. Turn off. Let's go back. I'm gonna export this. No, hold on. Cancel. I'm gonna roll back to this checkpoint. Because now I know how to fix the dev null device. How the hell did I do it the first time? Maybe when dev null was broken, more shit was going. I don't know. Fortunately, we have a snapshot. Like we can have snapshot. All right, let me get in here. Everything is fine. Everything is dandy. Okay, so we've now rolled it back. So we open this. So I type sh. Yeah, okay, so we are back to where we were before. So now if we go to dev null, I pull up the manual page, and then I open new terminal session. Actually, let me not do this here. Let me do this in like an actual... Let me open remote desktop. Because I'm going to need more terminal than what I currently have. How the hell did we lose dev null? I am so mystified at this. I am legitimately... I'm genuinely befuddled. Okay, shell... Fortunately, check reminded me to make a snapshot before I did anything, because I might be crying right now if I had completely foobarred this up. Alright. Go to dev, rm null. Alright, apparently it's already gone. Fix the permissions. Now, can I send something to dev null? Yes, I can. Okay. I don't even know how I'm going to include this in the write-up, because this has gone into Ooga Booga. Yeah, this has just gone someplace strange and befuddling. All right, is configure now happy enough to run? Hold on.
Checking whether dev null is deletable. Valve Hammer, we're trying to figure that one out ourselves. I'm just going to put a note in my script. Discovered I needed OpenSSL. Discovered I needed Perl. Discovered that dev null has decided to stop existing. The repair efforts did not go well until it was pointed out to me that there is a man page with the exact command required to restore it. No, I don't know how I lost it either. Yeah, this is exactly how you end up in the back rooms. You kind of just lose dev null. I don't know. Oh, I should also note the bash issue. I'm okay. I'm a mature and responsible adult. I probably should have installed it somewhere besides user local, but I also think I just don't care anymore. Like, my give a damn has kind of run out. Noel decided it didn't want to be... Noel moved out of its parents' garage and went and got a job. I legitimately don't know how I lost dev null. We're approaching the 11-hour mark. I have a hard shutdown at 12. I'm going to let this configure. I'm going to open the door and I'm just going to stand on the back porch until my sins catch up with me. All right, I'm going to see here. I'm going to change that. Jev null. This stream has gone places that I didn't know existed. I'm going to go back to RuneScape. I want to finish the Slayer task. If I finish the Slayer task, I will have actually accomplished something. Wow, I hit it. Oh, actually, I have a new max hit. Look, I actually accomplished something, chat. My character in RuneScape is slightly stronger. I'm okay. I'm legitimately okay. I've been streaming for 11 hours. The database has gone bye-bye. Pearl is building. This is fine. I have actually seen that check fail. The first few times I ever built Pro from scratch, I actually did build it interactively. The messages are kind of funny. I had a drink of water while I was standing on the porch debating my life decisions. I think I only have 4 more dragons to slay. Okay, that is a dragon slayed. Ooh, I got law runes out of that. 3 more dragons to go. Will Pearl finish its configure script before... We're not finishing this tonight. So we found that we lost Dev Null due to Pearl. But we still have to see if it's going to boot. At least we've almost finished this Slayer task. I'm going to have a good feeling about this once I'm done with it. Like, it must have gone deleted at some point and then replaced with a normal file and then just more replaced. But God knows I don't know how that happened. I'm pretty sure Pearl knows what Interx is as a platform. I don't think I have to do any deep magic to make it work. 2 more dragons to slay. I don't care if I lose viewers at this point. This is therapeutic. In this world, everything makes sense. It's probably got deleted a while ago, and various scripts have been putting output there. It's currently checking, it's currently seeing how many functions we actually have. It's now doing advanced math operations. Hey, look, it hints Interx. It does actually know what platform this is. Yes, we have a full house of messages. I can't believe I'm streaming for 11 hours. This was not... I was prepared for this to be a long stream. I didn't expect it was just 11 hours of... No, there's no boss. I just get a huge experience drop. And hopefully it's enough to give me a full Slayer level. Like, that would be nice. Probably just need to park my character at Sandcrabs, but I do want higher Slayer for various reasons, so, like, so be it. Memory.h. Alright, this is the last dragon I need to slay. We have the full shared memory library. Hey, look, I found a POSIX function. There it is, last dragon slayed. Oh, no, not that hit. Next hit. Nice! I just gained 1200 XP. Alright, I am done killing dragons. I probably should tan all that leather. The problem is I don't even know what I could do. I guess I could do glass making if I really want to get my crafting up. Yeah, that's going to take quite a while to get my crafting level up to 70. It's not terrible, just time consuming. I don't actually want to enter my bank pin right now, so be it. Hold on, I'll just black it out on screen. I think I'm just going to tan all those dragon hides I got. How many did I should have, like... Yeah, I have 115, so I did lose a few. And I could also go cash in all those dragon bones. So let's go tan all those hides first. So teleport to Lumbridge. And then I can go for the gate to Al-Kharid, because that's the closest tanner. I mean, that one makes sense because on some platforms, unaligned access is a system crash. Alright. Yeah, I'm just going to tan all those dragon hides I got. It's only going to take me a few minutes, but it's a good thing to do. So withdraw coins. And then... yeah, blue dragon hide. And we'll go to the tanner, and then we just run between that and the bank. Where's the tanner? Tan all. Okay, we now have blue dragon leather. Oh, and I get a, hold on, let me deposit these in the bank so I can get my experience lamp. Come on, let me get to the bank. What do I want to put this on? I guess I'm going to put it on Slayer because that's been the theme of the night. You know, I'm actually curious. Which one of these is more valuable? Examine. I'm hoping I'm not decreasing the value by doing this, although it is good crafting experience. Oh no, it is definitely more valuable to tan it if I was going to sell it. But I'm probably just going to use this for some crafting experience once I can. Still waiting for this to build. Okay, it's now building Pearl. Yeah, I'm kind of kaput. I mean, I literally got up and started this stream because I knew that this was going to be a bit of a project. It turned out to be a much bigger project than I expected. Much, much bigger than I expected. You know what? Yeah, I'll tag that guy so I can find him much more easier. So it is building. I am starting to fall asleep in my chair. Yeah, I'm actually getting to that point. And I'm also out of run energy because, oh wow, yeah, no, that makes sense because all these dragon hides weigh almost 100 kilos. Was my character Steve from Minecraft? Does he long for the mines? Do they long for the mines, I should say. Alright, now it's running make. It's a pity I don't have a high enough crafting level to use these things. Yeah, that's going to be kind of annoying. I'm going to have to get quite a bit of sand to... I need sand, I need soda ash. I got to figure out the best way to train crafting. Oh no... No. So but I don't have sign bit. Yeah, I shouldn't have that. Why does it say permission denied? Yeah, like that doesn't make sense. Why don't where it says I don't have sign bit. It shouldn't be trying to use sign bit. That define should not be set. Okay, that's fine. 3943. So yeah, that define should not be set. But it is. It's supposed to be a macro, but we don't have the macro. I'm legitimately starting to fall asleep in my chair. Okay, I think I have to shut this down. Let me see if I can get past this. Getting Perl to build should not be terrible. It probably at most requires a slight flack to the head. I don't really think there's anything else I can actually do right now. Yeah, at least in game. At least I tanned all those hides. So, how much loot did I actually get out of all that? Yeah, that was a 500,000 Slayer task. So, if I were to go sell all those, that would actually be quite good money. Has it tried to link yet? Oh, it's trying now. Yeah, I'm deeply confused myself. I'm just going to fix it manually and call it good. It says I have it, but I don't have it. So maybe by changing configure script it will work. I hope. I don't care about that warning. I legitimately don't. Well, it's only one object file that it's complaining about, so let me see if the problem goes away. I'm pretty sure the macro wasn't being defined. I am legitimately spent. Does it link? It links! It links! Holy crap, it built mini Perl. Now it's going to build the real Perl. Hold on. I actually should fix that so it stops complaining every... Yeah, it's going to rebuild a bunch of stuff. I think we can end this stream with a victory by getting Perl built.
Alright, is there anything I can do, like, in RuneScape for the next 20 minutes to, like... I could get, like, a rune crafting level or two. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the fire altar's here, but I don't really want to do rune crafting. I have to get my crafting up, and I'm going to have to get rune crafting up at some point. Not that it's that important, but I think my goal is I want base 70 stats, which is going to be kind of a project. I do intend to boot it. We are going to boot it if I can build it. And if it boots, we'll build the rest of the system. If it doesn't boot and I can't fix it, I'll end the video there. That's basically the plan at this point, because this is starting to suck my soul out. I guess I can go run agility laps. I can go run a no, that requires me to go to Pond of Nietzsche. I think I'm done with RuneScape. I really gotta clean out this bank at some point. I'm starting to run out of bank space. Actually, no, I got another 160 slots, so it's not a big deal as of yet. This bank is a mess, though. Alright, I'm gonna close RuneScape. I completed a very long Slayer task, so I can feel good about that. .19, which was supported up until last year. Alright, yeah, it's built in Perl. I can't believe it's not Perl. Perl is mostly written in Perl. Yeah, I'm still a devlog behind. This entire week is probably going to be editing both the last devlog, which I had about 75% done. But I wanted to take advantage of the weekend because that's when I get my highest viewership, although this actually didn't go all that high, all things considered. I mean, J-Dubs, I had to write patches for GCC 4.6 to get this far. It hasn't... this has been climbing up a goddamn cliff. Progress Quest, but for... Progress Quest, the source code is available. It's written in Delphi. The terminal that I'm using is the thing is that these are Windows applications. So these aren't like non-Windows applications. So yeah, it is running mini Perl. Once it runs mini Perl, it'll be Perl. I don't think I can make a script so other people can do this. There's been so much manual patching that I'm just going to post the directories and let someone else figure it out. Yeah, it's no problem, J-Dubs. Definitely have quite a bit more I need to do before this is going to be a thing that actually is usable and doable. Yeah, my channel's starting to actually, I'm starting to see like progress in the YouTube algorithm. And these streams definitely make, I'm really hoping that this video does well when all is said and done. Because it's going to be really disappointing to put this much effort and get a flounder of a video. I think though, I'm going to let Pearl finish or go 20 minutes. Because we're about to hit the time limit on YouTube. So I'm going to have to shut this down. And frankly, I should shut it down for my own damn good. I am not going to be live streaming tomorrow. I will put the devlog out tomorrow, but I also have class stuff, so this entire week has been basically my freebie week. I'll be back in a little bit. I got the eclair in the refrigerator. Now I have chocolate and life is good. I still don't know how I successfully changed SH out the first time and then couldn't do it the second time. I'm not going to ask questions anymore. So now it's building all the Perl modules. The problem with doing anything with OS2 is it's really hard to do things. It's hard to make good content about OS2. Look, I already had. Hold on. I already had to build the goddamn compiler from hell, so, you know. It's not like that this is. This is relatively small potatoes. This just takes a while to build. But it's still better than the 6 hours we spent on GCC. Yeah, I kind of want to lie down. I'm legitimately at the point that I am done, and it'll be a few days before I'm ready to live stream again. Yeah, like this is relatively small potatoes. I just kind of cracked because the it all leads back to Pearl in the end. It is the Jenga piece at the bottom of the tower that keeps the whole thing up. Let's be honest, this has been a long and complicated project. Like, I'm legitimately surprised that I haven't reached an insurmountable mountain yet, although I do feel like we're approaching it with alarming speed. So water repair, I've had that stream idea. I legitimately have had that stream idea. In fact, I've almost been wondering if you could put it in Windows 7 or 11. I kid you not, I have literally had that idea, and I'm trying not to act on the demonic bunnies in my brain. Although I thought the OS2 subsystem was available for XP, you just had to enable it. Yeah, so apparently, part of what makes subsystem for a subsystem on Windows 7 so cursed is that it's a 64-bit environment, but they shipped a 32-bit compiler. Presumably, they want you to use Visual C++. I'm mostly doing this as the shitpost idea is if you were to give someone a bunch of Linux source code and they were a Windows user, could they actually turn it into something useful? And I think the answer is we're getting there. If we can actually build the goddamn kernel. All right, I'm going to retitle this stream because we didn't quite get as far as I was hoping to. So 11 hours of dealing with the everything needed before I can build the Linux kernel. Save. Like I said, this is me just kind of doing a shitpost. A very high effort 100-hour shitpost because I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to end up before this is done. No, everyone learns by asking questions, and I have a Discord community in the description for people that want to ask more questions or get more involved or learn things. There's a lot of things you can learn through osmosis.
Yeah, all right. We're at the 11:30 hour mark. I think I'm going to pull the plug here. This is just going to build. We'll pick it up next time. Yeah, I think I think that's the right call, is to shut it down now. I'm not going to sleep just yet. I'm pretty sure I'm going to lie in bed and watch YouTube for another hour, because apparently I haven't reached max exhaustion rate. Yeah, I think I'm going to shut it down. Alright, folks, if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider becoming a member, because I have recorded devlogs, which basically edits these 11-hour sessions into something a lot shorter. This is going to be a really fun session to edit. I'm just going to say that right now. I should have the devlog out for compiler stuff probably tomorrow. And then this one will come out sometime this week. All right, I will catch you all a bit later. This is your host and commander signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day.